Yeah, I love that.
Evening all. Hope everybody's keeping well. Welcome back to Beyond the Lane Extra. You're lucky this week, guys. We've got an extra show for you all. Thanks for joining us. Big up Dan, big up Stel, big up Nige, Mark, and Eugene. Thank you for jumping on tonight. Hope you guys are all well. Big up to everyone in the chat. Let's just go around and say a few hellos. Usually we start with Dan, mate. Good to see you back. How are you?
Same Spurs, different day. Apart from that, mate, I'm all fine. Hope everyone else is good.
Cheers, mate. And Stel, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, good, mate. End of the week, FA Cup Sunday. Yeah, so we're well. The weather's not great here in London, but it's that time of year. So I weren't expecting sunshine and pina coladas. So YouTube and a cup of tea. There you go.
Thanks.
Cheers, mate. Thanks for jumping on. Mark, how are you?
All good, mate. Grandson's birthday Sunday, so big up the grandson. Get to see him tomorrow. Happy days.
Nice. Thanks for jumping on. And Eugene, how are you?
I'm doing well. Of course, happy birthday to Mark's grandson. Right, it's 3 a.m. in Malaysia. The weather is wet. It's been raining. I don't know. It's hot in the afternoons, and it rains from the evening onwards until morning. Yeah, lovely weather. Malaysian winter.
Bloody freezing today. Freezing. Yeah. Absolutely frozen. Nige, how are you, man? How are you?
I'm good, mate. I'm cold, but it's Friday. I have a beer, so all good. How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm still feeling rough, but I'm here. Yeah, get through it tonight. Yeah, thanks for everyone for jumping on. And big up, as I said, to everyone in the chat. Please remember to subscribe to all of us. Myself, Dan E, Nige, Coys, Stel Tottenham away. Mark's got a new channel. Mark, I don't know if you want to have a quick chat about that. A new channel.
It starts tomorrow. 8 p.m. UK time. And it's just me and Mark Cook. I'm surprised he ain't in the chat. He did say he would tune in, but he's not in here yet.
Yeah, if you need any guests on, let me know, right? Maybe I'll help.
Yeah. Well, the premiere's tomorrow, and then we're gonna get guests on. Because we just want the premiere to be like us having a chat and introducing ourselves, and welcome to the channel, basically. But all that's on here now will be on the channel at some stage.
Okay, well, good luck.
If you want to.
Good luck to Mark, 2 Marks.
Yeah, thank you.
And Eugene, please subscribe to his channel as well. That would be much appreciated. So, guys, look, tonight's show, we're going to be talking about Ange. He's been in the club now 18 months. So we're going to go over all different areas of, how he's been getting on. We'll look at things like the results, transfers, style of play, coaching, his man management, how he communicates to the press, fans. Quite a lot to get into. And then we're going to score each area. So all of us are going to give him a score out of 10. And then if we have the time, see how we get on. There's quite a lot to get through. We'll be kind of then talking about predicting his future, what is going to happen with this guy. You got we found out at the weekend that the board, well, we don't know how much truth there is in it, that they're 100% behind Ange. So he's here for now. He's going to be definitely here for January anyway, until the end of the transfer window. So so that's what we know. But just quickly, before we get into all of that, I just wanted to go around the panel quickly about this game against Liverpool, and did he adapt, or were the players tired? I just want to ask everybody quickly, because I still don't know. I've been talking about it on the show last night. What do people think? Did actually Ange adapt for this game, or were the players just exhausted and couldn't play how Ange wants them to?
You almost said no. I was on with Saba earlier, and who was it? Philly was on the channel as well, and he basically said that in the one that's after 10:30 at the whatever it's called, the one after 10:30 at night, it's just like the one for the journalists, and it don't come out to 10:30, so they got time to embargo. That's it, the embargoed section. He basically said that. He said that the reason I played the midfield I did with like a couple of supposed defensive-minded players in there. He said I had no choice. And he said the players were tired. That's why they played differently to what we normally do. Allegedly, I haven't seen it, but that's allegedly what was said.
Anybody else want to say their say on if he adapted or not? What are people thinking?
Go on, Dan. You go.
I thought he adapted to the Man City game, and then in the next game, it made it look quite clear in the next 5 games that he didn't. And then this one, you could say we didn't invert the wing backs nowhere near as much as usual, couple of points. And we played better for it. Not that I think we had a great game, but then they didn't have a great game either. We was the better of the not so great teams. And it seems that when we don't invert the wing backs, we stand a chance, significantly better. But did he do that on purpose, or did Liverpool make us play that way, or did he actually use his brain and say, right, Spence, I know you're on the left, even though you're meant to be on the right. Stay with Salah as much as you can, which is what you'd think a sensible manager would do. So we'll see. We shall see. Next few games will show basically whether that was intentional or whether that was forced on the players, like the Man City game.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I agree with Dan. I think he adapted. When we're doing the predictions for the Liverpool game, I said how this might work to our advantage. I still predicted we'd lose 3-1, so I don't want anyone to think, oh, Stel predicted that we would win. I didn't. I did say that when we beat Man City 4-0 in the league, we played them a couple of weeks before in the Carabao Cup. It was a tight game. And he would have watched that game, Ange, and you'd like to think he would have learnt, right, this is how you beat Man City. Don't go gung-ho. And then we went and beat them 4-0 at their ground. The fact we lost to Liverpool 6-3 a week ago or 2 weeks ago means that in a short space of time, you play them again. Surely you've learned something. And he adapted it. And I think we were more defensive. I think the wing-backs didn't invert. We weren't gung-ho, and we played counter-attacking football. And I think listen, we got whooped against Liverpool, right? Absolutely screwed left, right, and centre. All right, Liverpool had a different back four in this game, but they brought in their big guns and we still managed to win it. So I think Ange adapted because in a short space of time, he played them twice and it gave him time to suss it out. What I will say is this, though. Ange Ball is dead. Ange Ball is in the mud, and people that bigged up Ange Ball and his tactics, game over. There is no doubt, and we've seen it against City, against Man United, and against Liverpool in this game. When we play Conte ball, and whether people like Conte or not, Conte was more defensive and counter-attacking football. We are a much, much better team. So for me, Ange Ball is dead. Conte ball is alive. And he did adapt.
Yeah. I guess, yeah. I think maybe it's not just to tell the truth, right? Maybe he's listened to his coaches, right? Because Stel, you did say before, right? The coaches has asked him, right, to be more adaptive, and now maybe he's listening to them, and this is the result we get. But we still, I don't know, we won in the semi-final where we all thought we were going to get smacked, right? Because we were smacked the first time. With a different kind of style of football, and we won. I'll be happy for that, right? That's all. He's adapt, right? I guess he has to learn. Got 18 months on the job and he still doesn't know what to do.
The issue is, Eugene, is that are you going to go and do that against Tamworth? Are you going to go and do that against Arsenal? Are you going to go and do that against Everton away? Because he's got this bad habit of adapting, getting a result, and then shitting the bed for the next 3 games, and then it's civil war back in the fan base. It's his inconsistency of adapting that's the problem. So we praise him, and we are praising him now. We are saying, well done, you've adapted. These are the things that we've been asking about. These are the questions we've been raising. So when you do it, we'll praise you. Well done, Ange. Well done. But I don't get caught up in the drama of, that's it, everything's great. No. And I say it again. 1 win against Liverpool means nothing to me. I don't get excited by it because I need to see it 5-6 games in a row. then I can begin to say, right, maybe something's happening here. But the next 3-4 games will tell me what is really going on. I fully expect us to beat Tamworth, by the way. I expect us to beat them comfortably.
I've said this on. I said this right 2 weeks ago. Tamworth game, right? We should be playing a youth squad. If we don't do that,
we will,
right?
Eugene. I think we will.
We should be. No, we will. We have to. The amount of players are being burned out the way that we play, right? We should rest them. Let Yang go out, Bergwijn go out again. You know, put all the youngsters.
We got Arsenal,
Lancashire.
Yeah,
we got Arsenal on the Wednesday, ain't we? So we're gonna have to adapt something.
Have some of the seniors on the bench just in case, because we cannot. Let's face it, we cannot lose against. No, goodness.
That will be the biggest. That'll be the Spurs.
We won't lose to Tamworth, guys. We won't lose to Tamworth, man.
No,
I know we won't.
They're a non-league side. No. They're non-league.
Guys, Ange said he didn't adapt, though, did he? In his interview, he said he didn't adapt, so he won't. He won't. Why can't he just say? He's so annoying, isn't he?
There's no way you can get stuffed by Liverpool 2 weeks previously and not learn from it. Like Stel said, in a way, that 6-3 defeat did us a favour, because if we had lost 2-1 and it had been gung-ho, then we probably would have played the same on Wednesday.
But DANalyst, you must remember, we all must remember Ange is a liar. That's all.
I stopped listening to him after the Brighton game when he was asked, both teams play the same way, what you can do to counter it, and he said, we're not. We're just going to entertain. And then after the game when we lost and we blew a 2-0 lead and he was asked, why didn't you make subs? I didn't make subs because we didn't deserve to win the game. Now, for me, I stopped listening to Ange from that day. I stopped listening to press conferences, previews. I don't follow anything the man says anymore, because that pre-game interview and post-match interview, for me, I made the decision from that day, you are a waffler and you're a puppet to the media, puppet to defend the club. I don't want to hear what you have to say. I'll just watch the games and make up my mind based on that. And whatever you say means nothing to me. So if he's come out and said, I didn't adapt, this is why I don't listen to you, because you are lying. It's absolute nonsense.
What did people make of his behaviour after the game as well? In his interview, his press conference, very tetchy, weren't he? Anyone see that?
What?
Or if you obviously don't watch him anymore, listen to him, you might not seen it, but he was very stressed.
Are you on about the bit where he started going on about football itself?
Oh, his eyes were wide open and he was staring into the.
The bit I watched him do is a bit of it that they showed on TalkSport earlier on, and that was the bit when he was talking about a VAR and how he can't believe the people in England have let football change. No. Do you know what? I agree with nearly everything he said. VAR has destroyed this game, and he's right what he's saying. Because the thing is, the goal goes in the back of the net. You cheer for it, and then you pause for 10 seconds, then 30, then 60, then 90, then 180. Then next thing you know, it's 3 minutes, and it can be up to 5 minutes, and then it goes in the back of the net. You're just like, thank you. He's right what he's saying. Everything he said about the point of the football, he is right.
I know that, but the thing is that, right? It's so political now. You know, when he talks, right, about VAR, it's not nothing to do with politics. No, the way he speaks
to do with politics. I don't care.
VAR was coming in.
Yeah, I'm not disputing none of that, but I'm just agreeing with what he said in the aspect of VAR and all that shit. It kills the game, and it does. It kills the moment, without a doubt.
You guys already know my theory on VAR, right? So,
but that is the bit I heard him talk about anyway, and I agree with what he said on that side of things. The rest of it about the game itself and that, I didn't pay any attention to it. I don't usually.
I will admit, I don't listen to his pre-match, post-match. No, he talks nonsense.
I listen to everyone. I want to see what kind of lies he's capable of.
Right, guys, let's just jump into the let's jump into it. Otherwise, we'll go off on a tangent, right?
Yeah.
So let's make a start. I want to start off with the coaching. I want us to have a look at that. Yeah, I've got some quotes to read up. Let me just get them on the screen, and then we'll have a discussion around his coaching. Yeah, and I want to hear from everyone what they feel. So let's bring up these quotes. I think it's before he joined. These kind of his ideas on coaching. Yeah, so I'm going to bring them up. Hold on. Right. So this one here. So he goes, if you dig into the most successful coaches, it's more than just winning. Most people want to be part of something that's more powerful than saying, we want to win this weekend. Every team in the world wants to win. That's not what sets you apart. That's not what's going to get your players and staff motivated to come into work the next day. That never-ending cycle of just wanting to win will wear you out. You need to make them believe they are part of something special, something more powerful than just winning. For us, Utopia is playing the kind of football that means our supporters don't sit down for 90 minutes. When you're striving for something like that, I think it gets people motivated to work and look forward to that buzz. That's more important than winning, because sometimes you can win and not really know why you've won. Everywhere I've coached, I've tried for us to be on the front foot. We have to respect what the opposition bring, but we're not going to let them move us from what we want to do. Guys, what do you make of that?
That's just waffle. I mean, of course, the most important thing in a football match is to win. So I don't get why he's saying it's not the most important thing is to win. I mean, that's what's going to keep you in the job, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's the results business. You know, I mean, well, no, but to be honest, that basically went over my head because it was a load of waffle. I'm not saying you said waffle, but that's his quotes, obviously.
It's like it went in here and it came out here, right? And what the fuck?
There's loads more, but I don't think we're going to bore everyone with it. He's talking about I don't micromanage, all sorts of things. I mean, I don't know, guys. There's one about coaching for the future, and he's talking about Pep and all sorts of things. I don't know, guys. Let's just get into the coaching aspect. Who wants to go first? Stel, do you want to take this one first? His coaching, because you're into the coaching and that. So, what do you want to say about that?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Can you just bring those quotes up 1 minute? Because there's one thing that caught my eye, and
yeah, of course.
And I just want to repeat it, just because to me it's stunning.
Stunning.
It's stunning. Let's see what's else.
It really is.
Why can't I get this up now? Here we go.
I don't know. What?
Right, I want you to go to the fourth point, the first sentence. Sometimes you can win and not really know why you've won.
What? He doesn't.
Yeah, it's just
if I score more goals than you, I know why I've won. And that's how you win. Do you know what he's doing? He's trying to be a philosopher. He's trying to be a Johan Cruyff, a Pep Guardiola. He's trying to be someone that speaks about the game in a poetic way like Eric Cantona would do. And this doesn't work.
I can't see seagulls in it, though. There's no mentions of seagulls or trawlers or...
Mate, I'm. Sometimes you can win and not really know why you've won.
Yeah.
There you go. I just wanted to repeat that because for me, if I win a game of football, I always know why we've won. Always. He's trying to be clever there with words. He's trying to say that, we didn't deserve to win, so I'm not sure how we won it. Well, you know how you won it. It's because the other team missed all their chances and you took yours, mate.
Is he trying to be, like you say, philosophical, right? That every game that he wins, right, is because he deserves to win it. You know, he doesn't want luck to play into it.
There's loads.
If we get to the cup final and play Arsenal, and Arsenal dominate, outplay us, miss 200 chances, miss 2 penalties, we have 1 chance and score. Who gives a shit? Who cares? Who cares? Surely he gets that. Surely he understands that. But you know what? He's very clever, though. He is clever because all these quotes, he's finessing, he's seducing, he's enticing all the fans in. And that's why the cult is so strong. The cult of Ange is strong. And it's because of all these quotes. They love it. Our fan base loves this. Yeah. Entertain us. Don't worry about winning. Entertain us. Okay. But as soon as we go on a losing
about
streak,
total football in 1974.
I've got nothing wrong with total football, but total football won league titles. It won European Cups. It won domestic doubles. Total football was played by elite players like Johan Cruyff, not Brennan Johnson.
No, still total football means that you need to defend well, play in midfield well, and score goals well. That's total football. Our football is one third football.
Total football means a player can play in many positions and the system works fine. Mate, you move one or two of our players out of position, the whole thing falls apart.
Yes.
I agree with what Stel said, that he's very good at manipulating people. Like, can you remember when he first come in and he was saying mate to all the journalists and like, it's who we are, mate. All these little catchy sort of phrases, catchphrase things. He's got.
Remember that one?
Yeah. He's got all these catchy catchphrases, and that gets all the fans on board immediately, you know. And then we start to see his style of football, like especially the first 10 games last year, and everyone was thinking, good, you know. But then we got found out, and it rapidly changed, and still nothing changes. But with the media, he's superb because he hasn't done a Conte and just chucked everyone under the bus, including the owners, and like basically stormed out the building. He just says nice little clickbait things to keep everyone on board.
So the coaching, let's go back to the coaching, and then we can give it some thoughts. Go on. Sorry, Stel, what?
Could you bring up Phil Coy's comment at 7:27? Right.
Sure.
Because he says what Ange is basically saying is when we win, it's clear if we win because we don't budge from the way we play, and I admire him for that. We beat Coventry. Was that playing the way we play? No. Far from it. We beat Liverpool. Was that playing the way we play? No. He completely changed it. So I don't admire him for that. Because he's changed it. Not playing. To get the win, he's moved from what he wants us to do. You can say, yeah, we played the way we wanted to play at Man United. When we beat Villa, when we beat West Ham. Sometimes we win playing the way he wants. But there's other times where he's changed it to get the win. So I can't admire that. That doesn't make sense.
We lost. We lost at Brighton when we were 2-0 up, and he wouldn't change it in the second half because basically he said he didn't think we deserved to win.
And if he made the changes, maybe we could have got the win, right? But because he felt we didn't deserve it, he didn't want to give it a go.
There's a lot of points we could have got. There's a lot of games we could have got extra points if he wouldn't have been so stubborn. Yeah. Last season, we could have easily got 4th place if he wouldn't have been so stubborn. This season, easily be 6th if he wasn't so bloody stubborn. I mean, he just reminds me of that mate that a lot of people always had that used to go out down the pub with, go clubbing and everything. Would always pull the woman, you know, with a good talk and everything. Then meet her a couple more times and she'd be fascinated by everything he says. And then she'd go home and find out he only lasts about 30 seconds and find out it was a complete waste of time.
I didn't realise I knew that. I didn't realise I knew that one.
Sort of person he comes across as. He just comes across like that one that's got all the talk, and then when it comes to the crunch, the person leaves very disappointed, is what I'm saying.
Dan, let's go back to your coaching thing. You were supposed to rate it or something?
Yeah, well, just anybody wants to say anything about his coaching. What you've noticed, you know, the coaching is questionable, isn't it? But look, we hear a lot that Ange is not a coach. You know, we hear this all the time. Many of us say this. We need a coach to be managing this set of players. So does anyone want to say anything about what they think his coaching is and what it looks like?
Well, there was rumours, weren't there, that he's not even on the training field. He watches on a security camera from his office and lets the rest of them get on with it. I don't know how true that is, mind. Obviously, none of us got access to Hotspur Way.
Well, he's not the first coach to do that, or the first manager to do that.
Oh, was he not?
No.
Oh, all right. I thought
Ferguson
it was
like that, wasn't he? Ferguson, Redknapp.
Maybe. What I don't get is he's got such a unique style of play that every job he goes to, he always brings his own coach, like new coaches come in. You would have thought with the style of play, he'd bring in his own coaches that knew exactly how he played, and it'd be quicker to get that into the players. That's what I don't get.
Maybe
No, but
after working with him, right, the coaches don't want to follow him. If you love your coach or your manager, right, you'd be begging to go.
you've only got to look at Conte for that. You've only got to look at Conte for that. I mean,
Look at
wherever he
Nuno.
goes, he had 2 or 3 that always like went with it.
Yeah, look at
Not
Nuno.
just
When he came to us, right, he didn't get his second, the man, you know, the assistant that he wanted, that used to follow him. Now he's with Forest, he's got the guy. Look at what he's doing, right? So everything is about, I don't know, chemistry. Yes, or not. To build
So
up
that's
a
what he
winning team.
says. If we go back to his quotes, he talks about this. Let me get that back up on the screen. He talks about this in this one. I don't know if you can see it. It's quite small, but he says, by bringing in new people, it forces me to make that message relevant to the new person coming in the door. I've always gone for smart young guys, and I take pride in seeing these guys develop. It's a brave decision to bring in someone you've never worked with before when you're ready to be successful. I don't want to make the safe or known decision. If I already know the answer to question, it doesn't really excite me. Bringing in people I'm potentially going to be challenged by is great for me. I don't know.
Well, basically, he's coming to Spurs, right, to turn us into a guinea pig. You can say, and Levy's allowing him to do that. Simple as that. If it works in the end, maybe after he leaves after 4 years, right, he'll leave a bunch of really mentally strong players behind, right? Physically, you know.
Nobody rates these coaches we've currently got, do they? You know the coaches what we have. Anybody rate any of them?
They're gonna ask Stel.
Why can't we just be a club that focuses on signing top players, top coaches, and focusing on winning every game we possibly can, rather than this? Oh, but we're going to play it this way, and I like to be challenged by my coaches, and I like working with people that I don't know. What are we doing? This is why the club wins nothing. This is why the club will never win anything like this, because we buy into this kind of bullshit. The best teams sign the best players, they have the best coaches, and they try and bring in industry leaders in what they do. The best businesses do that. Like, what are we doing here? Recruitment is key to anything. Does Daniel Levy go and say, do you know what? I want a board of directors that are young to challenge me because I like to see them develop? No, he signs the best accountant he can find, the best lawyer he can find, the best PR merchant he can find. He tries and gets industry experts. Why? Because it raises the levels and you perform better as a business. But no, at Spurs, let's get an average coach, an average manager, average players. But we like this because it's poetry. We like this because we can all develop. My God, man. Are we a primary school or a serious football club? I don't get it. None of this washes on me. If this was a youth football club, I get it. If this was a youth football club or an academy, I could get on board with it. We're an elite professional football organization. We are called one of the big six. And I'm listening to this. It doesn't wash with me, guys. Sorry. It doesn't wash with me.
So let's get some scores for the coaching then, yeah? Because we got plenty to get through. Right. Stel, do you want to go first with your score? Who is coaching out of 10? Ange?
We signed about 15 players, and I think 2 of them have actually developed into better players. 3, actually. So we can do 15 is what? 5. 5 out of 10. 5 into 10 is... So what am I talking about? So that's 20%. So, yeah, 2 out of 10. Sorry, I was just doing the maths in my head. 2 out of 10 for coaching.
2 out of 10. Okay. Nige?
Yeah.
What's your score for his coaching and your opinion on it?
I'd give him 3. Well, I won't go half. 3. I think he's. I don't think he does the coaching, does he? I think he leaves it to his coaches. I don't think his coaches are that good. Yeah, I'd give a 3.
Okay. And Dan?
His adaptation definitely isn't good. And he hasn't exactly got many great players to claim as such. He's made the majority, bar 1 or 2 of the players, worse than they actually were when they come to him. And I'll give him a 3.
3.
There's a lot of improvement that can be made there. He has actually made players worse, in my opinion, purely because of the way he plays them.
Okay. Eugene?
I'll give him a 7.5, right? Because I'm going to project that, right? What he's going to do is he's going to destroy all of us, right? And he's going to test us, right, to the brink, right? Because that is what his intention is after seeing all the codes and all the things that he's doing, because it's like a test for him, right? To try to build something like Stel says, right? We are not acting like a primary school. I tell you, we're not even primary school still. We're in kindergarten. We're in kindergarten now. You know what I'm saying? Some of the way that we're doing things. Throwing shit in the wall and see whether it snakes. Right? I don't know. Let's see. If right.
Did you say 7.5, Eugene?
Yeah, sarcastically.
Okay. So what's your real score, mate?
1.8.
1.8. Okay.
That make it 2.
Why 1.8 and not 2?
Could you have just said 2?
No, you know Ange balls. He's got 2, right? So take that 0.2.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know his wife, but on another point,
maybe he's got 1. I don't know, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, for me, I'll give him a 2, 3.
Yeah.
It's just there's no improvement, is there, in players? It's so obvious, isn't it? And you know, we're going to go on to his style of play now.
2 for me as well. You did miss me out. Well, no, because the players we bought, you look at Van de Ven, he's ruined him. His hamstrings are shot by constantly playing him, bringing him back against Chelsea when there was no need, or bringing both of them back actually when there was no need. When you had a fully fit Dragerson that could have stepped in with one of them for a half, and then swap it around and bring the other one on for a half. You know, so he's ruining our players. How many players have got hamstring injuries?
So that's going to come under style of play, isn't it? I think.
Oh, all right. Well, it's the same thing as coaching, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's similar-ish. Look, let's
get
2, yeah? Okay. Let's move on to the style of play, right? So I'm going to read out. Let me just get the. So there's some positive style of play. This is how it should be, and you know, this is what I've read. This is how Ange. This is positive Ange ball. This is what we should be doing every week, playing well. Style focuses on high pressing. Teams immediately apply pressure after losing possession. This disrupts the opponent's rhythm, creating opportunities to regain the ball in dangerous areas. A key element of his philosophy is ball possession, with his teams building from the back and controlling the game's tempo. This approach allows them to dominate possession, create sustained pressure, tire opponents out, maintain control over the match. Look, there's a few more here talking about forward-thinking mindset, emphasizing confidence and freedom. His teams show mental strength, responding to adversity by remaining aggressive and pushing forward, even in challenging situations. And the fans seem to love this style. It's fan-friendly, I've read here. So in just summary, Ange's style of play is exciting, high energy brand of attacking football, focused on possession, pressing, youth development, which we're not seeing that, and it delivers attractive play, results, and long-term sustainability. Now, all of this is questionable, isn't it? So who wants to take that one first?
Who wrote this?
This is just what I've read. This is what I've read about his Ange's philosophy, his style of play, and then I've got some negatives as well. So let's just have a look at the positives first.
Yeah, well,
Dan,
Yeah.
if you go to the look, the explanation on possession, high pressing, forcing the teams to sink out their rhythm, it's all right. It's all correct. There was one bit in that where it said, play out from the back to control the tempo of the game. When do we control games? When do we ever control games? Like, this is all nice, right? This is all lovely, and it makes sense, but it has to
materialize.
Correct. Materialize. And what I see are teams that say, right, we know what to do. Low block, ultra defensive, will hit you on the counter because you've overexposed yourselves. So if a team is a good defensive team and they are a well-organized team, this philosophy has flaws, which I'm sure you'll bring up when you go to the negatives. So I'm sure in lower level leagues, this is wonderful. And I'm sure if teams that sign the best players, this will work. But when you don't sign the best players, and when you play in a league where it is more demanding, two things happen. One, you get found out and you don't get the outcomes you want. And two, it's not sustainable because your players can't hack it. You need a massive squad of talent that you can rotate every week almost. So unless you've got 25 really good players, I don't see how this works. And when you're signing kids that you hope come good one day, when you're signing Werner twice, when you're signing players that can't play football like Brennan Johnson, when you keep players like some that need to go, and when you play without a six, so there's no protection for that counter. This is nothing but words. Like this is. Do you know what this is like? This is like when a politician comes into power. We're going to fix the economy; it's broken. We're going to fix the NHS. We're going to fix our relationships with Europe. We're going to make you feel like your money actually goes somewhere. We're going to fix the cost of living crisis. Great. This sounds brilliant. But how are you going to pay off the massive debt that we can't afford to pay? How do you fix Europe when it's tearing itself apart anyway? How are you going to fix my pocket unless you force people to pay me more? How are you going to do that? And this is what I'm reading. I'm reading this really wonderful speech. Mate, great. But how are you realistically going to do that with the players that you sign and the teams that you're up against? Can you please explain that bit to me? This is where it comes unstuck. This is where people like us who are called wannabe experts, we're just fans. This is where fans like us ask questions like, well, how are you going to do that with this squad? The same squad that a lot of fans bigged up. How are you going to do that when you never, ever adapt? Except for the one-off game against City and the one-off game against Liverpool. How? And this is my issue with it, Dan and Nige. This is my issue with it. It's great. But I don't believe a fucking word a politician says. I don't believe anything most business leaders say. And I don't believe what my manager says. Show me. Show me. Your words mean nothing to me. But if you look at Batman, if you watch Batman the movie, The Dark Knight, there's a saying in there that Batman says that I like. And I'm going off on one here. Batman said, we're not judged by the things we say. We're not judged by the person we think we are. We're judged by the things that we do. I'm judging him by what he's done. We're 12th in the fucking league. We're 12th.
Yeah.
We've fallen out of the automatic qualification for Europe. That's what I'm judging him on. So when people say, oh, but we are still in the cup, but we still can qualify for Europe, but there's a long way to go. But, I don't care. You're guessing what might happen. I don't want to hear guesswork. It's not about the journey for me, but enjoy the journey. I've been on this journey for 25 years. No, I'm looking at it now. And right now, we're 12th. And I'm watching a team that, it's all right. So all these wonderful speeches, these political broadcasts, and mate, means nothing unless you deliver. And
the bit you missed. Go on, sorry.
Go for it.
The bit you missed was with saying you can only do like he needs to play as whatever. the problem is give him the greatest players there's ever been on the planet, in my opinion, and give him the best 25 team ever, he still wouldn't win a big league because his tactics are just too chaos for it. We would still concede too many goals. All right, we might even get third place. You would never win that league, not with his out-and-out tactics, because the team will just concede too many goals and you will drop too many points here and there to win the league, even if you had the greatest team of players ever. Because 2 defenders cannot defend a whole game. They can't do it. Seeing
that those quotes that you brought up about like what Ange Ball supposedly is, like that sort of stuff worked for Celtic because now allegedly this is true. Celtic in the transfer window spend 60% of the money for the whole of Scotland, and that's just them on their own. All the rest of the Lord knows how many teams is in Scotland, they make up the rest. When you've got the best team, and you've got all the money to buy all the best players, but for the Scottish League, right? And you're going to dominate that league anyway. It's going to be your Rangers that win the league. Then yes, it works. But Ange Ball will not work in the Premier League.
Guys,
it's not working. It's not working, is it? It's not.
No. It definitely won't because the Wolves manager, when they beat us last season, he went on national telly on Sky and said, "Look, this is what we did. Play Tottenham. Balls down the side, balls over the top." Well, I forget what he said, but he told the rest of the league how to defeat Ange Ball.
This is why I say he wouldn't win in the big league.
I got to say one thing, right? The positives there, right, are not positives because in the end of the day, right, it doesn't equate to goals. You can say, we hold the ball, we have possession for what? 70 minutes, and we can't break teams down, right? We play with this gung-ho style, which Dan says it's chaotic, right? We don't defend, all right?
Yeah.
These are not actually, the points that put up there, right, are not positive points. They're entertaining points. That's all.
Let's jump to the next.
It's not fluid. It's not fluid. Style of play isn't as fluid as some say. It's more chaotic than fluid.
Thank you, Lord Rodney Trotter, in the chat as well, because he said it's 60% Celtic, 25% Rangers, so that's 85, and the rest of the 15% is everybody else. This is spending. So Celtic spend 60% of the money in Scotland, so that's why Ange did the treble with them.
Yeah.
So look on the screen now, guys, about the negatives of it. There's quite a lot, isn't there? It's, it's self-explanatory. We're seeing all that, aren't we? Week in, week out.
Did you write this yourself?
No, I didn't. No, I took it from something. Yeah. Anybody want to comment on any of that, particularly which is a real problem for you?
Well, this is everything I just said.
Yeah.
Teams that set up defensively spring a counter-attack. What's the first one? Vulnerability to counter-attacks. Exhaustion and burnout, I said. It's not sustainable because it's such a demanding league. Defensive gaps, well, that links back to the counter-attacks. Reliance on squad depth, I said. You need 25 really good players. Everything I just said is on this list, basically.
100%.
Right?
Yeah.
This is what I mean, guys. It's great when you read things. It's great when people, listen. Let someone else talk for 5 minutes because I feel a gasket blowing in me, guys. I can feel something brewing, and I'm going to pop. I'm going to pop. I don't want to pop. It's Friday night.
A lot of it goes into the positives that you put up earlier, and there is no doubt when we press and we press well, we are good. We score a lot of goals from pressing and get a lot of chances from pressing hard. But the trouble is, when we don't press well, we are so easy to play through. And I do find that Solanke presses really well, but Sonny and Johnson are so slow, and even Kulu for the second press, that we're just too easy to play through. And I think that's where we concede a lot of goals from.
When even a significantly not so good team, you'd say, player for player, just sits back and defends and we can't break them down with our attack, that just about tells you everything for me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, all those points on there, vulnerability to counter-attacks, we've seen that. Exhaustion and burnout. All our players are exhausted.
And injured.
Yeah, injured or exhausted.
In the medical room.
Yeah.
Bender got hit the ground, so
defensive gaps. Yes, we've seen that many times. Reliance on squad depth. Yes, you can say that because everyone's injured. Over-reliance on possession. Yeah, probably difficulty in transitioning. Yes, because when we get the ball, it goes up, then it's horseshoe, and we can't break no one down. Pressure for immediate results. Well, we did get immediate results, didn't we? But then it soon fell off a cliff when everyone worked out what we were doing.
No, that one there, pressure for immediate results. I think that's the wrong way to say what they're trying to say. What they're saying is, when it's not going your way, can you quickly adapt the tactics to get the results?
Yeah.
Because if you read on, it says need for tactical understanding, quick adaptation. So I think what it means is not immediate results. You must win today, but if it's not going your way, switch it up and get the win.
We've seen that as well. Well, we've seen that as well because you don't do it.
The only one here I don't agree. The only one I don't agree with is the over reliance on possession, because you can spring a quick counter, which doesn't necessarily depend on lots of possession. Football just needs 3-4 passes and you're done. But the rest is pretty much straightforward. It's guys, this is exactly what we've seen this season on the journey to 12th. And if we don't beat Arsenal, the journey will go to 14th, and then we're in a relegation fight because Crystal Palace and West Ham will go above us, and then it's just doomsday, man. Like,
no,
it's got to be
real. You have to be real. You have to say it. This is where it's going.
Dan, do you know what's frightening? Last night on the channel, Stefan got us to bring up some stats because I was saying I think we'll get a draw at Arsenal, and I was explaining why I think we might get a draw at Arsenal. He started laughing at me, so he goes, "Your record at Arsenal is the worst of any club." I went, "No, it's not." So we got the data up. The Emirates was built in 2006. So it's now 2025. So it's been open for roughly 18 years because it opened in the summer of 20, right? So 18 years on, that stadium's been open. Do you know, in those 18 years, we have got the worst record at the Emirates than any other stadium. If you look at our record at Anfield and our record at Stamford Bridge and our record, because I always look at Anfield and Stamford Bridge as the worst place for Spurs. But if you look at our record in the last 18 years, we've actually got more wins and draws at Anfield and Stamford Bridge than we have at Arsenal.
Sure. Yeah.
I can only remember twice that we've won at the Emirates. One was league and one was the cup game, wasn't it?
Right. Now, at Anfield, we've won 3. No, 2. 2. And the decider is we've got more draws at Anfield than what we have at Arsenal. So if you look at wins, draws, and losses, the most losses are at the Emirates. It is our worst record there. Worse than Stamford Bridge and Anfield. And when he brought up the data, I was like, I can't believe it. He's right. And I took it back. I said, mate, you're right.
Surprised.
So when I said we're going to get a draw there, he's got a point. We are literally, this Arsenal game, as wishy-washy as Arsenal are right now.
We never get anything out of it, basically, Stel. That's what you're saying. We never draw either.
It's the worst stadium for us to go to based on past results in the last 18 years. So I said to him, well, maybe we lose then. Listen, I still think we're going to get a draw, but I also said we'll lose to Liverpool 3-1, so God knows. But there's a huge statistical percentage, right, that says we are going to lose at Arsenal. The data heavily favours it, like massively. So if we go by the data and we lose there, boys, we're going to be 14th, 15th. This is real talk now. Real talk.
I can remember a draw. I can remember a draw. The 4-4 game. The 4-4 game that was in the league, and the Kabul game where we won 3-2.
And then there's the League Cup. We won.
But league fixtures, and there was the League Cup when Dele Alli won it. Chip the keeper.
Yeah,
mate. In the league, we have not won at Anfield in God knows how many years. In the Cup, we won 2-0 when Modric and Van der Vaart scored. That was a cup game. In the league, we have not won at Anfield. Sorry, no, I've got something wrong here. I'm confusing myself. The point I'm making is the Emirates is actually the worst place for Spurs in the last 18 years. That's the point I'm making. It's the worst place. And that's our next game.
Guys, anybody else want to say anything about style of play, or we're going to go for the scores, or anybody want to add anything to this conversation around this? It's not working, is it? The style of play, but it's not. It's simple as that. It's not working. We're dropping like flies.
No, I agree.
That is a concern because if we do lose to Arsenal, then we got Everton away next, and that's not going to be an easy one either. It's a real concern.
I've been saying for a few weeks now that, now don't hear me wrong when I say relegation, no, but never write anything off, but no. But if we don't win a couple of our next, let's say 5 games, and we carry on the way we're going, we're going to be into 14th, 15th, and we will definitely be in a relegation battle.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we have to be in the bottom 3 for a relegation battle. I mean, people seem to think that to be in a bit of a relegation fight, you need to be in the bottom 3. No, you don't. You just have to be close to it, in my opinion. And when that pressure is on you of being that close to that side, that's just as much, if not more pressure on you than being at the top. Again, just in my opinion. And if we're not close to it, we are going to be if we're not careful, we are going to be very, very close to that. And with a team with a mentality that we've got and a stubborn manager in such a way that if he had a worse team than ours, he would definitely get him relegated with his style, in my opinion. We've got to be careful. This could go very, very, very...
I think like you, mate. Honestly, I am worried. As I said, I've been saying, like the next 10 Premier League fixtures, unless we pick up and adapts, I can see 1 win out the next 10.
I said, luckily for us, that there are probably 3 worse teams than us. So that's the 3 that will go down.
It might be better than us.
Yeah, but just because the teams are
we ain't getting relegated. There's no way we're getting relegated.
Look at that top 7 teams. How many of them, like top 7, top 8, top 9 teams, how many of them would you actually say we've got a better 11 then? At least 4 of them.
Yeah.
Look where they are.
Definitely.
Look where we are.
So that's the current league table.
You'd say we got a better first 11 than Forest overall.
Yeah.
Bournemouth.
Yeah.
Villa is very questionable.
Yeah.
Fulham. Brighton, Brentford. Yeah. So if you look at who's below us, Man U, player for player, you could put that level basically. West Ham, okay. Yeah. Palace, Everton. But all the ones below us are more than capable of beating us, bar maybe Southampton.
Oh, yeah.
They're done and dust. Yeah. And I just think we have to be more careful than we realise. Because all it takes is a couple of good results below us, a couple of bad results for us, and we're going to be closer to that than we realise.
We're going to be hovering.
Yeah, like I'm saying, it's not going to be we're in the bottom 3 fighting for it, but we're going to be too close for comfort.
The issue we've got is Ipswich, Wolves, Everton, West Ham in that bottom bit. We have to go away to all of them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've been saying
all of those teams.
We're heading for a relegation battle. I've been saying it for the past month, right?
Eugene, only if we lose, if we lose Arsenal, then we are going to get sucked in because look, Man United's next game in the league isn't a tough one. And I think maybe Man United got a draw at Anfield and they deserve to win it, in my opinion. If they beat Arsenal, they're picking up momentum. Then you fancy Man U to win their league game, they go above us. West Ham, they've got Potter in, new manager bounce. Maybe they win their next game. Crystal Palace are 1 win off of us. Before you know it, we're 15th. Mm-hmm. And then, who's our next game? Everton away. The team in 16th. And they've got a new manager bounce. Before you know it, Dan actually might have a point here. Dan might have a point.
I've been saying it since a month ago, Stel. We argued about it, remember? Didn't we argue about it about 2 weeks ago?
Eugene, look, I agree with Mark I don't think we'll get relegated. I don't.
No.
I really, really do not see it happening because
No.
I think there's 3 teams worse than us. But
Yeah.
Too close for comfort.
Well, this is where I agree with you guys on the other side of the panel. I can see us getting sucked into a fight. And if we get into that fight, that's when you want Sam Allardyce, you want Sean Dyche,
Yeah.
you want Tony Pulis. Do you want tiki taka play out from the back? Because that's how Luton got relegated. They refused to adapt in a relegation fight. Now we'll
and
attack.
Leeds still.
Bielsa, you're right. So
yeah,
I'm in the middle. I don't think we'll go down. I really don't believe it. But I do see when these guys say, before you know it, you never know. I see what they're saying. It's hard to disagree with it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that we'll be in a relegation battle this season.
And we'll still be Ange. We'll still be back to Premier.
This is the problem, guys.
I'll be Ange.
The fan base are just looking at that Carabao Cup. Yeah, they're not. They're just kind of refusing to look at the league and where that is going. They're just all eyes on Liverpool. Liverpool away.
You're getting a lot of fans now saying we're only 3 wins off 7th. Where are we getting 3 wins from?
Yeah.
Where are we getting 3 wins from?
We're not.
Let's face it, right? I can see why the fans are sort of clinging on to that Carabao Cup, because with that starved of a trophy at the club, that even the slightest glimmer of a trophy, we're going to grab it. We're going to grab it. But
of course,
to be honest, I want to win a trophy. Believe you me, desperately. So all my mates stop texting me and God knows what, But you cannot have a trophy to sort of cover over the cracks of the league form. I mean, if we won a trophy, I'd like us to finish 6th. Not like 6th from bottom.
People didn't says here, I'm okay with 15th. The season is done anyway. I'm not okay with this 15th.
No.
I'm not okay.
Levy definitely won't be.
I'll gladly be relegated and I'll take a trophy.
How can we be happy?
That's the one thing with Ange, isn't it? Is that we are capable of winning a cup because on any given day we can beat anybody. But at the same time, on any given day, we can lose to anybody. So that's why I think we have got a chance of a trophy. Whether we win one or not, it's another question.
Yeah. But with saying what you just said there, that is why, again, in my opinion, the Premier League is the best league in the world, because anybody can beat anybody. And you're not so gobsmacked when it happens. It's just like a bit of a wow. Like, okay, fair play. Well done, Leicester. You just done Man City or Liverpool. It's a bit of a wow, but that's it. Go over to somewhere like, I'll say, Bundesliga, and someone like St. Pauli, who most people probably have never even heard of in the Bundesliga top league, go and beat Bayern Munich. Basically, the whole country comes to a standstill because it's just pure shock. Whereas over here, it's not so much of a unexpected thing as such. It happens over here. And over in this league, anybody can beat anybody. That's just it. That is why it is such a... That is why people love the league as such, universal-wise. And yeah, in the cup, I've said for a while now, I think he can win a cup with us. I think anyone can win a cup on their day, personally. And if we did finish 15th at the end of the season and we had a cup, I'm one of the ones I'd be satisfied with the season in the aspect of we've actually got a bit of silverware. But obviously, would I be happy with the league? No, but I'd be able to put it aside just for the sheer sake that we won a cup. That is how desperate I am to see a bit of silverware at Spurs. It wouldn't be condoning the season, whatever, but it would sort of, I think, make a lot of people like me sort of turn my back to the season and say, okay, now you get the first 10 games of next season.
So you still want Ange, even if we won a cup and finish 15th?
No, I'm not saying I'd want him. Not at all. I don't want him now. Full I'd give a shit, get rid of him 5 days before the cup final. I couldn't care less. But in that aspect, what I'm saying is, if he goes and if he goes and gets us that bit of silverware, I would be willing to just say, do you know what? Forget the season. It was crap. I'll give you the first 10 games and see how you're doing next season, just for the sheer sake of if we go and win a cup, it doesn't matter whether we finish 7th.
Just being
There's so many people on his side that
courteous, right?
of course,
Give him a
basically.
chance. Guys, if we win a cup, right, I'll buy a ticket and I'll join you guys at the parade.
Dan, sack him 5 days before the cup final and bring in Mourinho.
I'd quite happily do that. Qualified.
Guys, let's go back to that style of play. Sorry, Stel, go on.
No, go on.
I'll just get the scores wrapped up with the style of play out of 10. Let's go for it now. Nige, what's your score in this style of play? What you've seen 18 months of Ange?
4.
4.
4. When it works, fantastic, but it doesn't work often enough.
No.
Yeah.
Let's go, Dan, to the top.
Yeah, I'll go for a 4. When it works, it looks good, but more often than not, it don't work.
Okay. And Stel?
What we marking?
Style of play.
Well, we're mid-table, so half the time it works, half the time it don't. So 5 out of 10.
Okay.
That's high.
Yeah.
And Mark?
I'm going to say 3 because look what it's doing to our players. You know what I mean? They're all burnt out. They're all knackered. Half of them are in the training room, the recovery room. It just clearly doesn't work running around like a headless chicken for 90, 100 minutes in a Premier League game.
Okay. Eugene?
I'll give it a 2. Because to tell the truth, right, every time when I do a watch them play, right, I don't even think they know what they're doing with the ball. In a sense, so what kind of style of play is that? Right? Just trying to confuse yourself so you can confuse the opponent. My mind boggles. That's all. Right, I'll give it a 2.
Well, I'll give it a generous 4. That's it, really 4. It's just not working. It's not good enough. It's not sustainable. The injuries is such a massive issue, isn't it? And we just can't do it. We can't do it. The players we've got and inverting both fullbacks in the high line. Oh, it's horrible, isn't it, guys? Come on, it is.
Yeah.
Horrible. It is.
Yeah.
We've got to be honest
Wait,
here.
Always
Always generous. I'll say a 3 actually.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for change for a 3.
3 drop points.
Yeah.
Drop the rating.
Too generous.
Still,
The way it has
you
physically
gave him
damaged
5.
players
Sorry?
is pretty.
No, Stel, you gave him 5, right? So are you engine now?
Why would I be Ange on a 5 out of 10, Eugene?
Because you gave the highest point on all of us.
Guys, Dan's got to jump now, so I just want
Yeah,
to
big up, Dan. Big up, Dan.
Dan,
Cheers,
cheers,
mate.
mate. I hope you feel better, mate. Everybody who hasn't subbed,
Yeah,
please sub to Dan's channel. Thank you very much.
Take
Yeah,
care, people.
buddy.
I'll see you later.
All the best.
And Raj, Dan, thanks for having us on. See you later on. Take
Big
care.
up, Dan.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, take care.
Right, let's move on now. The next part. Let's have a look at transfers, guys. Yeah? Let's look at the transfers of Ange and let's judge this. Let's have a look here. Let's get the transfers up. All right, 1 second. All right, here we go. So these are the transfers since Ange has arrived. We've got Solanke, the most expensive one, 64 million euros. Brendan Johnson, 55 million euros. James Maddison, 46. Archie Gray, 41, I think. I can't really see that. Let me look at my screen, other screen. Hold on. Yeah, 41 million euros. Mickey van der Ven, 40 million euros. Kulusevski, 30. Odeberg, 29. Radu, 25. Vicario, 18. The new goalie, Kingsley, 16. Valise, 15. Bergvold, 10. Right, guys, let's rate these signings. Maybe, I don't know, where do you want to start? Nige, what's your thoughts on Ange's signings since he's been here?
Very hit and miss. Some of them good, some of them bad. It depends what you want to look at, doesn't it? If you want to look at numbers, then you could say Johnson's got numbers. But if you want to look at the way he plays, it's not attractive to watch. Maddison's difficult because I think he's our best player, but he hardly plays. I like Gray, played out of position. Obviously, Van der Ven's constantly injured. I think Kulu would have been brought in regardless of whoever was manager anyway. Odebear not seen enough of. Dragishin not really seen enough of. Good defender. Not sure he's good in this system. Vicario good. Kinski early days, but I really liked his debut. Villes waste of time, and Bergvall is, I think, getting better with every game. But again, he's a kid, so we've got to give him time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say this, right? Solanke's overpaid. Johnson was overpaid. James Maddison, in between, still hoping that he can turn out well, but I think he's not going to feature much, right? In the creative sense. Archie Gray, 40 million pounds for a youngster. Sorry, 40 million euros or 35 million pounds for a youngster. Somehow or another, he's adapting, right? Being put in a defensive position, which is not his original position. So
he's in goal against Tamworth, by the way.
Yeah, let's hope so, right? And
but that's the only place in the defense he hasn't played.
I know. And VDV, I guess he's supposed to be the the diamond in the rough, right? He turned out well, but being injured all the time because of the tactics that we have and the style that we're imposing on them. Who else is there? Decky was, I don't know, Decky has improved, right? Played in his actual position. And who else do we have there? Odeber, I don't know. Came in, got injured, haven't seen him. 30 million pounds, sitting in the sitting on on the medical in the medical room, right? Dragosin, last he's being used, seems to be, I guess, useful, but still, I don't think at the level that we need. We actually need to move up, but I don't think he's the type of player that Ange uses, right? And who else? Vicario, I know he's injured now. To tell the truth, I'll go to Kinski. When I saw Kinski, I know it's his first game guy, but when he was at goal, right, he seems real confident with the ball at his feet, not like Vicario, very nervous. And I think he has somehow steadied that defense a bit on that Liverpool game, right? That's one game. Let's hope this could be part, right? Ange can see it and that will continue and maybe he can build from there, right? And most probably, if he does, he'll be the surprise signing for me, right, in January. Who else do we have? Who is Valise? Where has he gone to? I don't know. Bergwall, I guess I'll put it in the, I don't know. A lot of people say he did well in the Liverpool game, but somehow or another, I still don't feel that impressed because I was expecting more dynamic kind of thing where the passes are called true passes, fantastic balls and all that. But I don't know, maybe not played in the correct position. So overall, my question is that, are these really Ange signing or is it actually the club's signing, right? So that's what I'm going to say. Maybe Johnson and Solanke could be an Ange signing. But the rest, I think they're all club signings because look how young they are and their resale value. BV is a good crypto hunter.
The only thing I'll say with the signings is it would help if he actually played them in their positions. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, you look at Maddison. How many times do we see him dropping deep and all that, to collect the ball? He never did that for Leicester.
No, he doesn't
ever.
He doesn't even start Maddison regularly.
No. Well, that was just my first example. Brennan Johnson, who everyone's got, like, you either love it. He's like Marmite. You either love him or hate him. But even he was not a winger at Forest. He was an inside forward. All right, that's similar to a winger, but he's not an out-and-out winger. I can't remember who else was on the list, but the Dragosin, he can't play in this system. He's not fast enough. Dragosin is just an old school defender. The ball comes in, get it away. He cannot play sat on the halfway line. So
DANalyst, did we pay any money for Ashley Phillips?
Well, and someone put in the chat as well, like, where's that Yang Min Hyuk, whatever his name is?
Yeah,
because he's arrived now.
Mhm.
But like, but
Couple
it's like I said,
missing
in the summer, I said I didn't mind us signing Archie Gray and Bergvall, but it would have been nice instead of waiting for 3 or 4 years till they develop it, get older and develop. It would have been nice if that when we brought those in, we brought in players as well that would complement them, seasoned professionals that were ready and improved our first team immediately. Not many of them signings on there improve us immediately. So they might be good in the future.
Okay, Stel, what's your thought of the signings?
Yeah, there's players missing from the list. Where's Timo Werner?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't pay any fees. Oh,
where's Ashley Phillips? Where's Solomon? There's some shit you've missed out.
Yeah, I didn't put them on there. They weren't worth putting on there, Stel, especially Werner.
Listen, when you look at his signings, there's two that I would rate. There's 3 I would say just let's wait and see. Let's give it time. The rest I couldn't care less, man. So for me, Maddison and Van der Ven, I would I think they're good players. I think I like them both. Bergvall, Archie Gray, and what's his name? Kinski. Let's just wait and see. Right, there's promise. There's a lot of promise there, but let's just wait and see. I'm not getting carried away. Veliz, I couldn't care less. Vicario, yeah. Dragusin can't play in an Ange system. Can only play when we do the low block counter attack. Odebert, I couldn't care less. Kulu, good midfielder, but goes missing when we're up against it. Johnson, his tap-ins have covered up what a shit player he really is. He's not a winger. He's just not a winger.
No, he's not.
He's not. He didn't even play winger at Forest.
No.
And then Solanke, average striker. He'll get you 10 to 15 goals a season. Average striker. Nothing for me to be excited about. So if we got rid of all of them but kept the youngsters, Van der Ven and Madison, I wouldn't complain. As for Solomon, waste of time. Werner, absolutely horrendous. Phillips, he's another one. I've got no idea. I'll probably keep Phillips because I've got no idea. I've got no idea what that young lad's about. And you've got Vuskovic as well. He's another one. Another centre-back. No idea. So, do you know what, guys? It feels to me like we're building a squad for the manager after Ange. It feels like we're building a squad for the manager after Ange, not for Ange.
What if Ange stays longer now?
Well, it's not sustainable, Eugene. It was not sustainable. We're gonna burn out.
So the guys I have missed some on the list. Apologies. Yeah, apologies for this. There were the ones I have missed are Yang, who was bought in for 4 million. Ashley Phillips was 2.3 million. Solomon a free transfer, and then obviously Werner's on loan. So yeah, a few of them I missed off the list.
Ashley Phillips,
yeah, 2.3 million euros. Yeah.
Oh, Vuskovic, the centre back. Is it Croatia or Poland?
I don't know why it doesn't come up on the list. But yeah, we have signed him as well.
Yeah,
So I think we signed 16 or 17 players in total under Ange.
Yeah, it's quite a lot, isn't there?
Wait, no, I'll show you something even better. Bring that up again, Dan.
Sure.
All right. Now, if you look at this list, how many are injured?
1, 2, 3. 3 of them, isn't it? 3.
Right. So out of 13 players, only 3 are injured. Now, the ones that aren't on the list, is Vuskovic injured? No. Phillips, no. Werner, no. Solomon, no. So of all the players he signed, only 3 of his signings are injured, which means he's got no reason not to play or have the others in the squad. So when we're 12th and people say to me, but we've got injuries, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. You've brought in 17 players. Of the 17 you've brought in, only 3 are injured. 17 is a squad and a bench. So I'm not having it. I'm not having this injury.
17 the 17 that he's brought in, you're probably looking at him, you probably think 4 of them get in the first team. It's your best team.
It's up to him, but you've signed a starting 11 and 6 for the bench. And of that group, like Nige said, how many actually start for this team? And if you were to have all of these players as the squad, only 3 are injured. So I'm not having these excuses, man. There's no excuse. He chose to send Phillips on loan. We never. He chose to keep Vuskovic abroad, not us. You know, he said we're not going to sign a centre back because I don't want to block the pathway for the youngsters. All right, well then play Dorrington. You don't even play him. He's a centre back on the bench. So I don't buy it. This is why I've never ever allowed injuries as the excuse at this club.
But the report after that Liverpool game is that we were decimated with injuries. I read decimated.
Yeah, because they know our fans are thick. They know our fans are thick. They buy into it. Dan, we have the most deluded fan base of any big club in England, but we will believe anything given to us and anything said to us. We could literally entertainment. It's literally become a meme, and fans even now they buy into it. We want to be entertained. I'd rather lose 6-3 playing attacking football than a 1-0 win playing Conte ball. You weren't saying that when we won 1-0 against Liverpool, were you? You called it a masterclass. So the media and the club cleverly plant seeds in the minds of the fan base. Not just us. They do it to Man United fans. They do it to Gooners. They do it to all fan bases. But we suck it up the most. We live on these words more than any other fan base. The Gooners are bad, by the way. I just want to make it clear. The Gooners are pretty fucking tragic. But we're worse. We're actually worse than them when it comes to this. Decimated by injuries. But he signed 17 players, only 3 are injured. What they mean is you've lost Van der Ven and Romero. That's what they mean.
Destroyed it, Stel. It just absolutely destroyed it, man. Honestly. It's a fallacy, isn't it? It is a fallacy. I just want to say...
the funny thing is, really, all we've really lost is Van der Ven and Romero. They're the only key components that we've genuinely lost. And let's be honest, everyone was slagging off Romero. They couldn't wait for him to not be here. So
the doggy's out as well for a bit, isn't he now? The doggy's out for a few months. A doggy.
Yeah, but he wasn't signed by Ange.
Very true. Very true. Yeah.
And let's be honest, a doggy. Everyone's been saying he's been crap all year. People are saying Spence is better. Spence is actually playing better.
Jedi Spence.
Who chose not to bring Spence into the starting 11 this season early on?
And that's not Ange's signing.
And let's face it, and let's face it, your doggy and Porro were both signed for Conte, and they are wing backs. They're not full backs. You know?
And they're playing. They are playing.
Don't invert.
Guys, I just want to say hello to Dietrich. He's jumped on. Dan's jumped off and Dietrich has come on. So big up Dietrich, mate. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? How's everyone doing?
Thanks for jumping on.
Big up Dietrich.
Big up everyone.
Sorry, Mark. Go back to you. What you were saying?
No. I forget what I was saying, man. It's an age thing. I don't know what day it is.
Dietrich, what's your saying on the transfers under Ange? Your thoughts when you see that list? There's 17 odd signings.
You know what? One thing, I usually criticize the owners because I really don't like them and I hope they leave my club. But I cannot criticize them. They paid the money. For the first time in my lifetime, they actually backed the manager. And what I mean backed, like any players he said, they got it for him. He said he wanted Johnson. They got him Johnson even though he wasn't worth 50 million. And what can I do? Like, when it was Conte, nobody can blame him because he never had his players other than Perisic. But this guy, he got his players, and to be honest with you, I think it's one of the worst transfers we ever did, and it was under his regime for me. Buying Brennan Johnson for 50 million, what a disgrace. Spending almost who else did we buy? We spent like so many on center backs and forwards. Werner twice.
I'll bring up the list, Dietrich.
Yeah,
so you can see.
thank you. I totally forgot. Yeah, Archie Gray for 41 million. James Maddison, Solanke. We beat our record with Solanke. Spending stupid money on Alejo Veliz. Like, what is this list? Even Odegaard. How can we spend close to 30 million euros on a kid that was relegated from Burnley? Most of these players have been either in a relegation battle or they never played in a top flight in their life. I'm not impressed with this transfer, none of them. Maybe Bergval might be good in the future. Archie Gray maybe. Honestly, the only one that I've been impressed is Mickey van de Ven. The rest have not been sold. James Maddison, I was excited, but clearly him and Ange is not gonna work out.
Yeah, but Mickey Van de Ven, yeah. We can't.
Yeah, Van de Ven is the only good one that we can say, you know what, any of us can say he's quality. The rest, I'm sorry, if we don't want to challenge, and he always says he wins in his second season, you cannot win with these type of players.
Okay, guys, anybody else want to say about the transfers, and we're going to score it? There's a couple more things to go over with Ange.
Yeah, rate it.
Yeah, let's rate it now. Nige, what's your score? Transfers under Ange.
I'm going to give it 4 again, I think. Mostly poor, but I think we can't judge the young players yet.
No.
And I think we have made a couple of good signings in Van de Ven and Maddison.
Solanke, are you a fan of him?
Like Stel said, I think he'll get between 10 and 15 goals. We want better, really, but he's okay.
Okay, 4. Okay. Eujin?
I'll give it a 2.5. That's all.
2.5. Okay. Mark?
Yeah, I'm going to say probably. Because let's face it, we have spent the money on him. Whether they're his signings or not is debatable. Because I think whoever the manager was, we'd have got Archie Gray and Bergval. Because they're promising for the future. In inverted quotes. So, I mean, you can't tell me. Because Ange come out with a stupid statement about all the players that come in here have my say-so. We said something like that. And you can't tell me when who's the guy who went from, was it Wolves to Chelsea? Plays on the left.
Neto.
Yeah, Neto. And we were in for him. And you can't tell me Ange said, no, I prefer Odegaard than Neto. Even if Neto is, they're both on the sick bed. So, I mean, you just can't tell me that Ange said, yeah, I'd sooner Odegaard than Neto. So most of them, I think, are club signings that Levy's sort of forced on him. So, it could be good for the future. It might not be. So I'm going to go in the middle, 5.
5. Stel?
I just want to quickly address Michael McCormack in the chat makes a good point, but I need to debunk it because it's an amateur way of looking
What time
at
is
things.
it? What time is that?
8:29. He says, what is the balance on transfer money to what we have sold in the last 2 seasons? I wonder, surely one of you guys knows. Why would you wonder unless you think it's a relevant point? So I think what he's trying to allude to is the fact that we should look at net spend but we lost Harry Kane. And so for me, I want to address that because there's no other reason to mention this other than to think that it's a factor, it's a point. Just because you sell players, it doesn't mean that the club has to spend that sale money on transfers again, right? So we sold Harry Kane for £100 million. We could spend £50 million on the new hotel and only put 50 million back into the squad.
Mhm.
The fact the club have spent 350 million, they have spent. They have spent. And you should never look at net spend. You should look at wage bill, and you should look at, because wage bill is a way of looking at what caliber of player we're bringing in.
Quality, yeah.
Net spend means nothing. It's an amateur way of looking at things. Liverpool sold Coutinho for 140 odd million, but they spent it all on 2 players, Alisson and Van Dijk. They won everything.
Yeah.
So the fact that they spent all of that money back on players, that's what you need to look at. Spurs have spent the money. We spent 350 million. I never look at net spend. I used to, but then I woke up to the fact it's an amateur thing. Just look at total spend, because that's what the club has been prepared to actually invest in players. Like I said, we could have sold Kane for 100 million and not put that 100 million back into players. We did. So for me, the net spend is pointless. We've spent 350 million pounds, and what we've got for that money, in my opinion, is nowhere near good enough. Maybe some of it may turn out to be good, like Bergvall's, Gray's, Phillips. We'll find out over time. But so far, it's a 3 out of 10 window for me in terms of all the transfers that's coming under Ange. What I would criticise, though, and it's not on Ange, is the wage bill. The wage bill has been reduced. That's on Levy, that's on Enoch, and it makes Ange's job harder, because we might want a player that wants to come to Spurs, and we agree to pay the 40 million pounds, but we're not prepared to pay him the 150 grand a week he wants. So he ends up going to Chelsea. So, for example, Neto, 1 second, Dietrich. Neto went to Chelsea because they paid him the wages. We weren't prepared to pay it, so we've lost Neto. So for that, but that wasn't your question, Dan. It was about the transfer.
Yeah, but it's important, though, isn't it? The wage thing, massive problem.
Well, yeah, because Spurs have got, out of the top 7 clubs, if you put Aston Villa in there, we pay the least amount of players £100,000 a week or more. So we've got most players out of the top 7 on 90, 80, 70, 60, 50 grand a week. Well, you tend to get monkeys. If you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. And that's kind of how it works, right? So on that, if that was the question, it changes it. But to just look at what have we spent compared to what we've sold, doesn't work like that. Whatever we've sold, we have pumped it back into this team, because we've spent 350 million under this manager. And for that money, we're 12th. He signed 17 players and we're 12th.
The only thing I'll say about our spend is it's not comparison, because the transfer fees are a lot higher. But can you imagine if Potter was given this back in? You know what I mean? We'd have won those 2 league titles. Chelsea and Leicester. We would have done. And I'm convinced by that. He is probably the worst manager we've seen, but he's also had the most spent on him compared to the others.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Who else hasn't scored? Dietrich's. I know what's coming from you.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, yes, wages they are important, which I agree with Stel, but like you can still find players under 100k and they're still quality. If you look at Mohamed Kudus, for example, he's on I think 70k a week, and he's quality. I just feel like we haven't spent the wages correctly, in my opinion. And when you look at yeah,
can I just say on this, right? And I sorry to interrupt you, because
no worries.
I get pissed off when you interrupt me, but it's because I've got to go. I was meant to stay till 8:30 and it's gone past that. I just want to say this: when you look at all the data on the teams that have won the league title and the teams that have won the FA Cup, League Cup, 95% of the time, Leicester and Wigan being the outliers, 95% of the time, wages is correlated to success. In England, your wages that you pay out correlates to the trophies you win in 95% of the time. So it doesn't mean it's impossible, because Leicester did it and Wigan did it. But is that what we're chancing? And I just wanted to leave it on that. Sorry, guys. Dietrich, didn't mean to interrupt you, but I've got to go.
No worries.
All right, take care, Stel.
Cheers, Stel.
Thanks for coming on, mate. Take care.
Thanks for having me, man. And I hope you guys get to 1,000 subs as soon as possible because you deserve it. Cracking channel. Everyone watching, like, subscribe, and make sure you start following Mark in his new channel and support Eugene, the only Asian youth Spurs representative we've got that comes on our channels that we know of. There might be more, but we only know Eugene. So big up to all of you. See you later.
Cheers, Stel, mate. Take care.
Yeah, so.
So, Dietrich, what was your score with the transfers under Ange?
I'll give it a 2
A 2
out of 10.
2 out of 10.
Because I'm not sold of any players. And I don't like buying a youth. That's just my opinion. I don't like it.
Okay. So it's just me now. I just have to rate it very low. Yeah, because what I see us, like, we need to sign top players every window. Yes, we can sign some young players. That's fine. But we haven't signed enough top players. So for me, it's low. It's a 3. Maybe. Yeah, 3. Let's give it a 3. It's just not good enough. We need better.
Yeah.
We need to demand better. It's no point. When you look at the list and you go through it, it's just not. It's not good enough, is it? You know, when you look at the whole list, it's just not.
But this is why we built the new stadium to compete with the big teams. You know, I've said this a million times.
Well, we haven't, have we?
No, blatantly not.
No.
Right, all right, guys. Let's move on to the next section of the Ange 18 months review. Let's have a look and see what we got left. I think it's results now. Let's go to the results. Okay. Everyone sees that. Okay, so the top there is all competition, 71 matches played, 35 wins, 11 draws, 25 losses, scored 141 goals against 110, and points per match 1.63. And then we look at the just the Premier League form, which reads 58 games, 27 wins, 9 draws, 22 losses, 116 goals, 91 against, and the points per match 1.55. Let's start off with that. Guys, Nige, when you look at the statistics of the wins and losses and stuff like that, what do you think?
Well, if I'm looking at just league games, then that strikes me as rank average mid-table finish every season, which isn't good enough. You know, we expect more. Yes, we score goals, but we concede almost as many. For me, I look at that and I'm just like, it's pretty much where we are, isn't it? You know, we're 12th now. I'd expect us to be around 10th by the end of the season, and that shows in those kind of stats. So yeah, for me, just not good enough.
Bang average. Yeah.
Bang average, but cups, we're doing okay.
Okay. Eugene?
Oh, to tell the truth, right? If you look at the league form now, right, and the way we play, it scares me, right? I've been saying it for a long time. Since last year, when we started regressing, and we've kept on regressing, right? So it's just not even being mid-table. I already predicted, I'll call by year's end, we'll be in the bottom half, and we're already in the bottom half. And the way that we're still going, right? Are we going to collect enough points? I've been saying we're in a relegation battle. We're in a relegation battle if this form continues. But sometimes, you know, we win a game here and there. It gives us a little bit glimmer of hope, but I don't think it's good enough at the moment. But let's see what happens in the cups. Like what Nige says, it's true, right? We're still in it. And I've always said, right, I'll take a cup and even get relegated. I wouldn't mind, right? Maybe that will actually wake the fan base up. Half and half, right? Being relegated and then winning cup, they don't know what to do. But I don't know. The ratings for this is going to be really bad for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, right. Where do I start? I mean, you got to remember these 58 games in the Premier League. You got 10 games at the beginning of when he started that sort of skewed figures. You know, we had 8 wins and 2 draws. We were undefeated in the first 10 games. And so they sort of skew the results. If you take them out of it and knock it down to 48 games, I bet it's a lot lower than 1.55.
It's still not
You
good,
know?
is it? It's still
No.
reading out
Even
even with that.
1.55 is not good. But this is what I'm saying. We had the new manager bounce when he come in and everything was marvellous. And we all thought we were going to win the league by miles on for about 100 points, whatever. But then it started drifting away, and it's been drifting ever since. You know what I mean? When a manager comes in, you'd like to see the trend go upwards. You know, but the trend with us, it shot up, and now it's
downhill.
Yeah, it's a downhill slide, and it's
10
been like that.
Isn't it 10 defeats so far this season, right, in the league?
Yeah. 10 defeats in the league. We own. You know, and we still got to go to Anfield, Stamford Bridge. I know Arsenal's this week. Well, there's three. Well, there's three that we could quite easily lose. I'm not saying we will lose them, or hope we don't lose any of them. But and it's the other games as well, like Ipswich at home, where all of us were saying, "Oh, we only got to turn up today and we'll beat them easy." Oh no. We still got to go to their place, mine. You know, and you got to remember all the teams that's below us in the league, they're going to be scrapping for their survival. You know, and all the teams, when it comes to it, sort of certainly next month, and the one after, all the teams are scrapping for their lives because no one wants to be relegated from the Premier League because the money's too big in there. You know, so to me, it's just not good enough. Since we built a £1 billion stadium to compete with the big teams, and we're certainly not doing it.
Dietrich, over to you.
I think he's the worst manager we ever had in our lifetime. It's an absolutely disgrace that he still has a job, and the fans still back him. But look at this points per game; it's absolutely disgrace.
It's the worst since who, Dietrich? Do you know?
What's his name? Was it Mortigno?
No.
Martinez.
The one with the travel card?
What was the other one? I forgot the name of the manager, but I know there was
Rob
one.
Gross, isn't it? It's worse than Gross.
Gross. Yeah.
Is that the one that came with the travel card? His tube ticket.
I think so.
Yeah,
it was.
And do you know what's worse? Ryan freaking Mason has a better points per game than Ange Postecoglou. And everyone hates on this guy. I don't understand why is he here. I feel like he's the worst manager, and to be fair, I'll give him props. We are in the semi-final. We're in advantage against Liverpool. But the way we're playing in Europe in the Prem, I don't think it's right for us to keep him.
But Dietrich, when you heard the news from Orstein on the Sunday, what were you thinking, man? How did you take that news?
I wasn't surprised. I've always said this guy, Stel was saying he's gonna get sacked if we lose, what's it called? If we lose the next games and everything. I'm telling you this right now, he's not gonna get the sack.
I've been telling you, me and you've been saying it, right?
Yeah, I'm telling you, he is Daniel Levy's shield.
Yeah,
and he's doing everything that Daniel Levy wants.
It's the deflection and distraction, right, Dietrich?
Yeah, and the fans, even if we lose, let's say we lose against Arsenal 10-0, he will still be in the job because the fans are still going to say Ange Postecoglou. Are going to sing his name. I don't think he's ever going to get sacked unless we get relegated. That's the only way. But like I said, this manager, I don't rate him. I don't like him. I don't like his interviews. I don't like the way he conducts. And I don't think he's a great coach. He's a good manager, I'll give him that. But coaching-wise, he's the worst.
Do you think, guys, that, a lot of people are saying that the players are playing for the manager still?
Nobody's playing for the manager.
But the effort they're putting in, that's what people are saying.
Well, effort means nothing unless you're winning games. So,
That's true.
Unless you're winning, if you don't win games, then clearly the players are not playing for you. And the way we make mistakes, we always lose the ball. Nobody actually gives an ounce. Even his prize possession, Brennan Johnson, look at him. the last game where we lost, I forgot who it was. He didn't even run for the ball, even though apparently he has the pace.
Newcastle?
Yeah, it was Newcastle. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was Newcastle. The only one that you can say maybe plays for him, I think it's Kulusevski.
That's all I see. Yeah.
That's all I see.
Eugene, did you say your bit on this section? I forgot now.
Yeah, I already said my bit, right?
You
so
said your bit.
Go to the ratings. Go to ratings, right? You're gonna love this rating.
Yeah, let's just jump to the ratings. It's just not. It's poor, isn't it? It's the results for themselves. But the cup competitions last season, we went out in the second round to Fulham on penalties. FA Cup, we got knocked out to City at home just after Christmas. We weren't in Europe last season.
Yeah, we only played 41 games last year.
Yeah,
and
when we still struggled, didn't we, in that second part of the season? This season so far, it's great to get to that semi-final, but you know, let's be honest, that second leg at Anfield is highly unlikely that we'll get through that. Come on, let's be honest. I know a lot of fans are praying, but praying is not going to be enough. I'm sorry, but I can't see it. Yeah, I can't see it. FA Cup, Tamworth, yeah, we should be winning that, and then we'll see who we get in the knocks round. And Europe, we're still not even there. That we've got 2 more games to play in that part of the league format, and there's look, we probably make the playoff places, but the automatic qualification is not secured. No way.
One more win, I think. One more win.
And who
the 2 last? Because a lot of teams around us have got to play each other.
Who is it again? Remind us, guys.
Elfsberg, and somebody else.
German team. Hoffenheim.
German team,
Hoffenheim. Yeah.
And one's away, one's at home, right?
Yeah.
I think both are away.
Both are away. Sorry?
Elfsberg's at home.
Yeah. I was going to say one's at home.
Okay. So we should at least make the get through to the playoff. It's a playoff, right? Isn't it? If you don't come top 8,
well, we're ninth.
We'll make the playoff even if we lost on that next.
Yeah,
we're still be the playoff. Yeah, even if we lose.
We are ninth. There's no way that we cannot make the playoffs. There's no way. There's no way. But we will get the top 8, so we don't have to do that playoff thing.
Guys, we need the money, so most probably we are aiming for the playoffs.
Oh, all right. No, but there's no way. There's no way. I believe that we'll even get the playoffs because a lot of the teams got to play each other anyway.
Okay. Well, we'll find out. That's February, right? The next 2 games. So look, let me give a score. Let's go around the scores now. Actually, Nige, results wise, what's your score?
I'm gonna go 4 again. I think there's no doubt the Cups are keeping him in a job at the moment. And like I said earlier, on any given day, like I say, we can beat anybody. So I really do fancy us to win something. I'm not saying we will, but we've got next to no chance against Liverpool, but we all thought we were going to get stuffed at home. So there is a chance we can get to the final. There is a chance we can win something. But if we're going purely on league, then it's got to be a below average 4.
4, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Eugene?
To tell the truth, I want to give it a negative score. Right? Because we've been regressing after those 10 games until now. Right? I don't know. I'll be nice. I'll give him a 0.5 then.
5, yeah?
0.5.
0.5. Jesus, that's bad. That's the lowest so far.
Yeah.
Mark?
I'm not going to be that harsh on, but it's not acceptable. 3, because there's no way with our squad, like was mentioned earlier about like when the table was brought up, we've got a better squad than a lot of the teams above us, and certainly certainly the teams above us we worry about, but we've got a better squad than a lot of them. And we should no way be in 12th with the squad of players that we got. So 3.
Okay. Dietrich?
Two.
Two.
Two, that's it. I don't need to say more on this guy. He's gonna drive me nuts one day.
Yeah, this is again 4 for me. Just 5. You could have said 5, 4 if you're like mid-table, but we're below mid-table, aren't we? So
Yeah.
4. It's not been good enough. Look, so far, guys, when we're doing these scores for all these areas, nothing's above a 5. Yeah, it's just not good. The next area we're going to discuss is Ange's communication. Now, is how he communicates to the press, how he communicates to the fans. So let's have a discussion around this. Now, slowly over time since Ange's been here, he is behaving erratically. He is feeling the pressure. I remember I was doing a show last night and we're talking about Ange. Remember, he used to just have his hands in his pockets, didn't he? He didn't really say a lot on the touchline, and he wasn't waving his arms around and whatever, pointing and shouting. But if we've noticed over the last few weeks, he's very, very what's the word for it now? Animated on the touchline. He knows he's under pressure. It is getting to him. He's always been a little bit rude, hasn't he? To when he's interviewed, and he has previously had a go at fans. Since last season, the game against City, in the league, in the title race. So, look, let's get into the communication style. Who wants to take this one first?
Well, when he first came in, it was a 10 because he said all the right things, but as time's gone on and we've regressed and regressed and regressed. So like you said, like he had a go at the fans for wanting Man City to win inside the stadium, but if it weren't for his stupidity, we would have been 4th anyway. You know what I mean? And so, he was manager of Celtic, and so surely he must understand, because I'm sure if Celtic and Rangers was in the same place and Celtic had to lose, Celtic had to lose to help somebody, like say Aberdeen. Say Celtic had to lose to Aberdeen, so Rangers won't win the league. All the Celtic fans would be well on board with that, and he didn't quite get it, did he? When he come out blaming the fans and all this, but slowly over time, it's like I said, when he first come in, he was 10 out of 10. Everything he says the right words, calls everyone mate. But slowly over time, he just talks a load of waffle now. It's like I said, I don't even watch his press conferences anymore.
For me, it's right. I'm going to go a rant on this, right? Honestly, he's been divisive, liar, and most probably a deflection and distraction for DANalyst, right? While he's creating all this drama, right? Like you said, the M-City game, he made it such a big hype to build that winning mentality. Then when he goes and loses to Brighton, right, and he says so other things like we didn't deserve to win, right? Or didn't deserve to get anything from it, that makes me feel so, I don't know. I've not seen a manager, right, say so many contradicting things, right, during a press conference throughout my whole time watching football. This is the only manager that I've seen, right, that the fans lap up his lies, right, from day 1 to day 2, right, and they still don't see it, that they're being lied to, right? Everything is so I don't know whether it's scripted by the PR team for him to say things and all that, or that's part of his job, right? Maybe all I can say is that I don't care about what he says or do anymore, right? If we win something, we win something. We don't. So a lot of people have given up on his press conferences and don't want to listen, but I still want to listen because I want to catch him telling more lies. So if he was just a bit honest with us, right, and try not to divide the fans so much, then maybe it'll be better for him. But at the moment now, I guess it's still a results game. So if we do well, he'll still be around. But no, whether he gets sacked or not, that's another thing. But I just can't take the lies anymore. So
I'm kind of in agreement with Mark. You know, the first 10 games, I thought he was fantastic, charismatic, saying all the right things. You know, I'll be the first to admit I fell in love with him. I was like, this could be the man. But ever since those first 10 games, he has become erratic with what he says. He is the ultimate flip flop. 1 minute he says one thing, the next week he will say something totally different to contradict it. And I think it's a sign of a manager who knows he's under pressure. You know, he's saying what the fans want to hear. Then the next week he'll say what he's really feeling. Then the next week he'll say what maybe the chairman or the board want him to say. And then it's back to what the fans want him to say. I don't know whether he's got an opinion of his own anymore. I've kind of, like Mark said, stop watching him because 1 minute he says one thing and the next minute he says another thing.
I find if I watch his press conferences, it just winds me up.
Nige, you know, just be kind with your words. Oh dear.
What do you think, Dietrich?
It's regarding his press conference, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew he was full of shit the first minute he walked in. The first thing I knew he was completely full of himself and a complete liar. When he was in the dressing room and the camera was there filming, saying, "We played the Tottenham way." When he said that, I knew this guy's PR trained. I could tell. And the first time he actually got on my nerves was after what he did, the stupidity when we lost against Chelsea after the 10th game. When he did that and came out and backed his stupidity and his ignorance down to 9 men and still say, "Let's play on the high line," I knew this guy was not serious. And every time you challenge him on one thing, he loses his mind. He's like a spoiled little brat. That's what he is. I don't like him. I never liked the way he talks. Even the way he conducts himself, he's not a professional. That's not the kind of manager I want to see. I want to see a bit of, I'm not saying arrogance, but at least back what you say. Be honest with us, like Conte, like Mourinho, like Poch. They were honest. When things didn't go right, he said, "You know what, I'm gonna try to fix it." With him, we have to keep going, mate. Every time I hear the word mate, I lose my mind.
Yeah, big up, mate.
Yeah.
No, for me, his press conference, I think it's a minus 100 out of 10.
Minus 100, yeah.
He is, no, honestly, I'm not saying this to be controversial. I think he's the worst person I've ever seen in front of the press. He is one
He's
of
the
the
worst
worst.
manager I've ever seen, you know? I mean,
I think
the things that come out of him.
I thought Nuno was bad when he said, "We're gonna
We will
make you proud, make me proud."
Mm.
I think what he says is even worse.
That's who we are, mate.
But he knows. But I'll give it to him. He knows how to get under people's skin and make them love him. But with me, it's not gonna work, mate.
Anyone else want to say anything about his communication to the fans? And I mean, it seems to be getting worse, doesn't it? His communication generally, and a lot of journalists. And if you listen to Talk Sport, they talk about how Ange is presenting to the press and how rude he is. You know, it's not good look, is it?
The thing is with the British press is once they detect a weakness, they're in there like sharks. That, you know, if they rattle his cage once, they will not stop rattling that cage. You know, that's what it's probably press all over the world, but obviously I'm only going on what the British press are like. But they're exactly like that. If they rattle you once, they will continue to do so until you lose it.
Seen a weakness, haven't they?
Yeah.
But even the way he talks, he doesn't even look at them right in the eyes. Like, who does he think he is? He thinks he's better than. Yeah, he thinks he's better than everyone. And he thinks, no, every time we ask him a simple question, "Why did you not play Dorrington?" That's a valid question. Like, it's not like they're trying to bait you or trying to say no, trying to make you say something stupid. They're just asking you why do you not play the right players on the right position. And if you lose, you gotta face these questions.
Yeah.
Even us, when we work, we make a mistake, we gotta face it. We gotta go and explain to our manager or our team lead why we made that mistake. But him, he thinks, oh, I made a mistake, deal with it. No, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Look, it's not good, is it? He's not
No.
coming across as a man that you want to get behind and work and work this out and, you know, be successful, is he? He's not. And for me, it's his stubbornness. He's
Yeah.
refusing to adapt, dropped so many points due to bad management, bad in-game management, planning for games. There's so much. I'm just sick of him, to be honest. And we all know he will end up going. It's not if, it's when, isn't it? Really, it's not going to last much longer. And I think after we've gone through all the scores, we're going to talk about what we think is going to happen after.
Yeah.
But anything else, guys, on his communication style, and then we'll score it.
Let's score it.
We just score it now.
Yeah, go for it.
Nige, go for it.
I'm going for my lowest score yet, 2, just because he flip-flopped from one thing to another.
Mm.
Would you go a bit more about that, Nige? Sorry, he flip-flops.
Well, I said it when you were away for a bit. That just 1 minute he says something to please the fans, the next minute he'll say something to please himself, then he'll please the board, then he'll be back to pleasing the fan. Doesn't seem like he's ever got his own opinion. It would be like, you know, he kind of changes from 1 week to next, like what he said about Werner. You know, I won't have, you know, Romero bashed in public. I won't do that. And then the next week he comes out and says what he says about Werner. You know, he kind of changes from 1 week to the next.
And the goalie as well. What about the goalie? Forrester's. Oh, we don't need.
Yeah, dependent on the situation. More often than not, when we lose is when you'll catch him making excuses.
That's basically what Nige is saying, right? He's just putting it nicely that he's a liar.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get that.
And
All right,
like what Dietrich says, right? I'm gonna rate him a minus 100 for this one.
I can't.
Minus.
Just what is that? A 0 then, basically 0.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Mark.
It's not a lot. It's not going to be a lot, is it? I'll go with Nige. I'll say 2, because when he first came in, he was up there. You know, after what Conte said, he said correct things, mind, but when he threw everyone under the bus, and he was always miserable in his press conferences, wasn't he? But then Ange turns up, and you think, yeah, you know, look what he's saying. He's calling everyone mate, and it's who we are, and all this. You think, yeah, but no, 2. 2.
Okay. Dietrich's.
Well, I said minus 100, so I don't think it's a valid score. I'm giving him a 0 because the way he just flip-flops, lies, contradicts himself, and he's full of himself. I'm not going to give him a good score. First he says, oh, we need some experience. Then the next summer buys youth. And then not this window, he says we need some quality experienced players.
Yeah, we need to develop leaders, right? Remember? I don't want
we don't
players.
need.
Yeah.
I don't need leaders. Now he needs leaders. Like, which one is it?
The list goes on.
Yeah, shocking. So yeah, for me as well, 2. I score a 2. We didn't. So we've finished results now. Transfer, style of play, coaching, communication, man management. We didn't cover that, did we? It was man management of players.
You just want to put 0 down for all of it.
Yeah, so we just forget it now. We've done now.
Well, no. It's up to you. You can do it if you want.
Apparently, he's very standoffish, isn't he, with the players?
Yeah.
Players say they don't really know him.
Let's cover it because we're going to cover all areas. So let's just touch on the man management because this is different. People say different things with this. Some people say, well, that's his strength, is man management. We've even heard that tonight. I don't know.
It depends on the player, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Look at Red, that was a good man manager.
Yeah, if his man management was so good, right, we wouldn't have so many players regressing. You can say that, right? We have more players proving they're better than what they were, right? Stepping up to the next level. But man management, where your players, most of them get injured and then regress. And the worst thing is that when he said he was comfortable in conceding, right? Deep down in me, right, I was thinking, oh fuck, Romero is really going to hate this, right? That means you're taking the defender's pride away. What's the defender's pride, right? To get clean sheets. And if your manager comes up and says that, well, I'm comfortable in conceding goals, right? Just as long as you attack, right, and you look entertaining, I'm happy. And then it all adds up to being a loser. So that's how I see it. Yeah, zero man management.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he's this great man manager, you know, and where was Jed Spence when Porro and Udogie have both been struggling this season?
When
you know, where?
Yeah,
when they needed a rest. You know, if he's meant to be great man, no, I take it great man management means bringing the squad together so that, you know, he can go up there and say, hey, mate, you're out this week, you need a rest, you know, Jed is in your place. Well, where's all that? He only uses the players that have been half sensible for us. Let's face it. He only uses them when he's forced to. But when the rest of them are either, you know, on the treatment table, you know, so his man management is non-existent, in my opinion.
I don't think he's a good man manager.
No.
No, but the only thing I'll give him credit is he knows how to rally the troops, in a sense. I think he knows how to do it. But if you read what some of the players say, he's never there for them. Even if they have a question, they're not allowed to go speak to him directly. He's never there when they work out. Like, looking at it, he's only there when they're training outside on the field. And even then, he doesn't speak to them. If he was that good of a man manager, what he did to Jet Spence wasn't right. And to the other players like Archie Gray and Bergvall, instead of giving him, let's say, a couple of games to try to give them like a bit of confidence, no. He just throws them down in the deep when we had it full of injuries. Look at what he did to Archie Gray. You tell him, oh, come to my club, I'll make you great, stuff, so on and so on. And you never played him at DM this year. None of the players have been playing their best position, and he's not taking care of actually the bodies. Look at what he did to Van de Ven and Romero. They're injured, brings them back versus Chelsea, and they get injured once again. So no, he's not a good man manager.
He's not a good man manager in you, Tricks. Eugene, you don't think he's a good man manager. Mark, neither do you.
No, definitely not.
I got one thing to say, right? He's a good man manager for the fans, right? That's all. A lot of fans are still happy with it.
No, I don't think he's a good man manager. I think he's, like I said, I think he's standoffish. I think he, like Dietrich says, he doesn't listen to the players. He's not an arm around the shoulder kind of guy. But I think, again, it depends on what kind of player you are, doesn't it? You know, I would have said that Poch was a fantastic man manager, but there are some players that played under Poch that said he ignored them. So it's a difficult one, but for me, no, he's not a good man manager.
Look, you remember when he first joined, there was a lot of talk around Ange's inspirational team talks before games. I think we saw a video of it when he was talking to, is it the Australian team? You know, what's happened with that? Where's all that gone?
Yeah.
Died off, hasn't it? I just think a lot of our players do not believe in him.
No. I think they did at the beginning. I honestly think they did at the beginning. But as time's gone on, you know, when the results have been going the way they are, a lot of them have just, I wouldn't say they're not playing for him, but they're starting to question him. Let's just put it like that.
But then you're talking about the Australian team, right? You know how many years ago that was?
Yeah.
That's so long ago. Right. So
and there was that other thing recently as well when I think it was Mark Bosnich who was talking. I think it was on TalkSport saying that he had a conversation with Ange years ago that if he ever made it as a manager in the Premier League, he would he needs to have a plan B. But then Ange's response to Mark was, no, do plan A better. So there was issues all them years ago. That's quite damning, right? Isn't it? Really. So yeah, going back to his speeches don't seem to work. I mean, we do get the odd win. We have got some good results, with likes of City and Manchester United. But again, them teams are out of form when we won. And that Liverpool, this only the first half, isn't it? The Liverpool win, 1-0 is not, come on, we've got to be realistic. Obviously, of course, we want to get through and get to a final. And there was talk yesterday on our when I did a show yesterday that it was people were saying it's like looking like the Ramos season. I don't know. I think it's reaching. Truly, even if we get past Liverpool, who's in the final, Newcastle or Arsenal?
No, the only, you guys know my feelings on Ange. The only thing I'll say to him, if he wins any cups this year, I'll give him 2 years. Even if we finish 15, 16, it doesn't matter. I always said cups.
Why we get relegated, Dietrich?
I don't mind. You win a cup, you win a cup. I really don't care. That's what I said.
So you get 2 more years from Dietrich if he wins a cup.
Yeah, if he wins a cup, he gets
Even if we
next
get
year.
relegated.
Does he really, Dietrich? To you, you give him next year if he wins a cup. That's interesting.
If he wins a cup, I'll give him next year and the year after that. And if he doesn't win the
2
cup,
years.
I'll give him 2 years. I always said that. You win a cup, I'll give you 2 years.
Fair enough.
Even with your minus 100 score.
I don't honestly. If he wins a cup, I'll come on stream, camera on, and apologize to him.
Yay! I'm waiting for that.
If he wins a cup,
Yeah, but guys, it's gonna be 5:30 a.m. in Malaysia now. I'm gonna make a move, but before I go, right, guys, in the chats, right, if you haven't subscribed to Nige's channel, right, DANalyst, of course, it's his channel now. Mark's channel. Mark's just started a new channel, guys. Everyone go over and support him, right? Show him some love. He's got about 70 subscribers. Get him to 100 by tonight, right? And of course, don't forget Tottenham Away too, and my channel too, right? Please subscribe, right? And continue the show. I'll be listening in the background, most probably lying down in bed, right? Catch some, shut-eye. Thanks for having me on, Dan. Great to see you guys again. And let's hope, right? Okay. I gotta say this right before I go. If we don't fucking play the youth team against Tamworth this Sunday, right? Ash can go suck his own balls. Yeah.
Good night. Take care, man.
On that note.
Right. Coaching, look, I'm not coaching, sorry, the man management, it doesn't sound like anyone's really going to score that at all. I don't think we're going to bother. But what I want to say, because, the whole show has been so negative and against Ange. Guys, come on. Is there anything positive? Anything? Come on. I know we have to really, really deep it. Then let's look what because it's been so one way. Yeah, and that's fine. I knew that would kind of happen with the guys that we got on tonight on the panel. I knew it was going to go that way. But look, can we look at any good moments as Ange in charge in these 18 months? Nige, starting with you.
Positives for me, we are in literally 90 minutes away from Wembley. Regardless of whether it's Liverpool away, we are capable of beating anyone on our day. We've shown it already this season. So that's a big positive for me. League form, forget we are terrible. And this is the bigger problem. Obviously, it's the fact that it's okay winning the odd game in the cup and winning the odd game in the league, but actually game on game. What I want to see is consistency. And Dietrich said a minute ago that he would take relegation in the cup. I don't know if he was joking. And keep Ange for 2 years. For me, all I want to see is some consistency. So I want to see us win a cup, but I also want to see us win 5-6 games on the banks and climb that table. I won't be happy if we finish 16th, 17th and win a cup. I want to, that's not good enough. I'd still want Ange gone, even if we win a cup.
Yeah. And seeing as he's in the chat, I will say I want to see context and consistency. There you go, Sava. No, but like, I mean, the positive.
Moments. Look at moments in the
Yeah,
18 months. Any
look,
good
I
wins
mean,
he's fought?
yeah,
You know.
yeah. I mean, the positives. Yes, on our day, we can beat anybody. But the flip side of that is we can lose to anybody on our day as well. When his style and system work, yes, do we look impressive? Take the 4-0 at the Etihad. Take when we beat Villa at home. Take when we beat Villa at home. That was 4 something, wasn't it? Was it 4-1? Man United away. Man United away, 3-0. You know, when the system works, it really does work. But we're not consistent enough, or it's too gung ho, that when teams suss out what we're doing, we're too easy to play against. So the positives for me is the times it does work. But unfortunately, that's outweighed by the times it doesn't work and the stupid games we've lost, like 2-0 up at Brighton, at home to Ipswich. You know, it's nonsense, to be honest. And if he would adapt what he's doing and be a bit more, have a flat back four like we did the other night. You know, none of this nonsense where Paro and Udogis stood up by James Maddison in the 10 role. None of that. Stop that. Because you even notice when Liverpool do it, their wing backs hardly ever go missing, or their full backs hardly ever go missing, or one of them might, but the other one sticks. You know, leaving 2 at the back is nonsense. Absolute nonsense, and it makes us too easy.
You're going
to
on
play
to the
through.
negative again, Mark.
Well, yeah, no, all right. The positives is when our system works, it works.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Dietrich says anything, I'd probably knock from you, but I know.
No, I'm positive. I'll give him a couple of ones.
Go on.
Man City 4-0.
Mm-hmm.
He's the only manager to beat Liverpool twice. Because he did accomplish that, I'll give him props. And when he stops inverting fullbacks, we actually look good and we win games. So when he changes his system, when he has to, it works. But other than that, and we're in the semi-final of the League Cup. We're 90 minutes away from reaching the final. So I'll give him props to that.
Look, yeah. I mean, there's not a lot, but that if he does manage to get us to a final, it's all what we all want, isn't it? At the end of the day, we want to win something. We're desperate. We're not happy with Ange. We're not happy how the season's gone, but we reach a final. It gives us something to look forward to, and you never know. You know, miracles happen. It will be a miracle, won't it? And this January transfer window as well. We've got in the goalie. He had a good debut the other day. Who else are we going to bring in? No, is it the Mawani story dead now? Did it die today?
Apparently it died.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really rate him anyway.
There might be something like in the future. I don't know. I'm not an ITK, but at the moment it looks dead.
It looks dead. Okay. Any legit links with players today? Have anyone seen?
The only one I'm not. It's not like it's just like those Tottenham accounts is like we're linked to a midfielder that plays for Lens.
Who's that?
But that's his name is Diouf. I'll tell you right now his name. Andy Diouf. He plays for Lens, and I don't know the new links from Italy. David Fertizzi, that plays for Inter. But I don't believe none of this nonsense anymore. Until I don't see them holding their shirt, I don't believe it.
So nothing. It doesn't sound like there's anything at the moment today. I only look at links which are legit. You know, I don't.
No,
there's
legit,
so much rubbish out there. I just
nothing.
can't read it. I can't read it. It just pisses me off, to be honest. And it gets fans' hopes up, and people start saying, "Oh, imagine if we had him playing. Oh, that's such a good signing." And it's just rubbish. People fall for it. They still fall for it every day.
The one that really killed me, and I was actually sad. It was when we were the links with Bastoni. everyone was saying, "Oh, it's gonna happen. Watch." And then when it died down, I said, "I'm never gonna believe it ever again. I am done." But we'll see what happens. But I don't think we're gonna get anything surprising.
Isn't it the season ticket renewal soon, or is that the summer?
No, that's the summer.
That's the summer, because I know in one of the transfer windows, there's always all these bingo buzzwords: watching, monitoring, insert any word you like, that come out that we're doing to players, and then we're linked to someone really big, and then just after the season ticket renewal's gone, those rumours stop. It's always the same way. There's always the buzzword. It's buzzword bingo this time of year. You got to line them up so you get a house or a line.
Yeah, I haven't really seen any. Douglas Luiz, maybe we were linked with him, haven't we? But
where's that source? Where's the source from that? Where's that come from?
I've just seen it on Twitter.
ITKs.
That was a few days ago, though.
So what I'm trying to say, if we did get some good signings in under Ange, good players, that will help.
What's a good player for you? Because
for me,
I might think Mwani might be a decent player, but you think he's not good enough.
I've looked at his stats and his goals, assists. They're not consistent enough, and I think we need better. But I mean, I have to be realistic as well. What sort of money we pay, the wages. The club have got to be clever, haven't they? They've got to really, like the goalie. Anybody knew about that goalie?
No, we all said who. No, I'd like someone to come in that actually walks straight into the first team and improves us. Not once for the future. Say, I don't know, we bought, say, a midfielder. Like, he come in and like he said to Basuma, right, that shirt's mine now. And you've got to fight to get it back. That's what we want. We need players to come into this team that's going to improve us immediately. Not they might do in 3 or 4 years. None of that. Just walk in, someone that improves us immediately. That's what we need.
And he don't have to be a big name either.
No,
I hadn't heard of Van der Ven before he come. I'd seen him a bit, but I'd never really heard of him. I hadn't really heard of a doggy before he come. So they don't have to be high profile like big names. They just have to fit the system.
Yeah, look, guys, I don't know who we're going to sign. Who knows? And even if they come in, I just really don't know. I'm just trying to look at any kind of, something to try and think positive about this team. What could help Ange, in the games coming up, because we do need players. We need them. It's, to give us a chance of anything this season. Clearly,
yeah.
This window's massive. If we can get a couple of players in that drop straight into the first team, and I think we've got every chance of winning the cup. Listen, forget about the league; it's not going to happen. But
I don't trust the manager at all. But
usually a transfer takes about almost a week. With Spurs, I'm just saying Spurs. We're already halfway, and we just got one goalkeeper. Do you guys really think we're gonna get some good players? I don't think so. I have a feeling we're not gonna get anyone else.
No, I think we will. I think we will get.
They said they're bringing in 3, didn't they? I think they've got 1, 2 more. Who they are, who knows?
Well, they said the same thing.
I think there'll be loans.
Yeah, loans is not good enough for me.
Okay, what about this then? Of course, the transfers, it's not exciting us, is it? Yeah, because we just don't know. What about some of the players coming back? How could that impact the team going into the running?
They're obviously going to help.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, well, they're obviously going to help, aren't they?
Mark, who are you thinking? Who are you talking about? Romero, Ben, Richarlison?
Yeah.
Mikey Moore.
Mikey Moore, definitely. Because let's face it, he looked a fresh air. But then again, he's what, 16, 17?
17, yeah.
Yeah, you know, so, you know, all these, the trouble is now we've bought that many youngsters. If one of them has a good game, suddenly everyone says, oh, they're generational, oh, they're this, you know. But you've got to remember, youngsters will make mistakes. They're learning the game, you know. So I said with these transfers, I want players to come in that's just going to walk straight into our first team, not have, but
Mark,
the
what
one,
about the players coming back? Who do you
yeah.
want back, and how do you think that will help the team?
The trouble is though, when Romero and Van de Ven come back, does that mean he's going to resort to type and play that 2 on the halfway line again? You know, because the way we've been playing with Dragusin and Archie Gray, you know, in the Liverpool game especially, we did sit deeper and we did hit them on the counter, and we looked a lot better team for doing it. But say they all come back, well, they're all going to come back eventually, but say they all came back, is he going to resort to type and start doing his usual nonsense? You know, I mean, the evidence is pretty much there that he's going to. So,
Nige, what's your thoughts on the players returning?
I'm in a real catch-22 with this because obviously, like you say, Romero and Van de Ven are going to come back. I'm not even sure I want Van de Ven to play again under Ange. Just because I don't want, if he pulls another hamstring, that's it.
yeah,
He's done. He needs to be really like slowly brought back into the side. And I think no doubt Romero coming back will help us. But do you know what I'd really love to see? I would love Romero to come back and him to play Romero, Dragusin, maybe let Van de Ven rest and come back slowly. And then I really want to see Gray played in the 6.
yeah,
I want to see Gray played in the 6. I want to see Mikey Moore out wide. And it just gives us something to get behind. Because at the moment in the league, it's just, you know, Sonny's off form. Werner's Werner. You know, give us some youngsters to get behind. You know, some proper Tottenham players. You know, Mikey Moore's Tottenham. You know, Lancashire. But for me,
So
Gray in the
putting
6.
over Son, an off form Son. You can't really. He's the captain. You can't even drop him. That's the problem, isn't it? You can't even
but
drop him.
let's give him more minutes. Let's give him a chance. Let's see what he's like Sunday. For me, I just want to see Gray playing the 6. Mikey Moore play some more minutes out wide. That's about as excited as I'm going to get because at the moment, watching us in the league, it's so many players are off form. Just want to see something different.
Okay. Dietrich's on returning players.
Yeah.
Any percentage of an improvement to the team for you? Anything? Is it going to give us any uplift? I mean, I'm struggling here, but
Yeah.
I've got to look at these things.
Well, it depends. I personally think we need to bring back Phillips because we need a center back instead of.
Is there any
spending-
news on that though? Is there anything on there that he's coming
I
back?
didn't read anything on that. I don't know. I just read that Ange doesn't rate him. That's the only thing I read. But
And Dorrington's going out on loan. I heard today. They're going to be
Dorrington's
loaning him out.
I would say, honestly, if we bring back him, and I want to see Mikey Moore over Son and Werner, because I don't think they're good enough to these two. And if the Korean kid is good enough, like they said, I hope he turns out like the next Son. But for me, it's like, it's just hope. Like, there's nothing that's guaranteed. If we brought back, let's say, like a big name, I would say yes, I'm excited. But these ones are like, once again, they're unproven, and we have nothing to base. It's just opinion. There's no facts. We don't know if they're gonna play well or not, or even if they're gonna start. We don't know. It all depends with Ange.
Cool, guys. Not good. Look, I want to have a look at the running as well, guys. You know, let's have a look at the up and coming running. Let's get the fixtures up. I want your thoughts on the games coming on. So we got the FA Cup, haven't we? on Sunday.
Sunday. Yeah.
What time is that again? Remind us.
12:30 ITV1, I think it's on.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
I know it's a dinner time-ish kickoff.
All right, hold on. Everybody, that game, surely it should be straightforward. See some of the kids play.
Yeah.
Give them some minutes.
You'd like to think so, but have some of the experience on the bench just in case it goes a bit Pete-tong.
Okay, so we got that, Sunday for 12:30, and then we got Arsenal Wednesday. Of course, games coming up midweek, Premier League games. Guys, I mean, Arsenal are a little bit out of form right now, right? Drop some points. What are people's thoughts on that game?
We never get well. When Stel was on there, he said the worst. It's the worst ground for us to go to. So like I said, I can only remember us winning twice there, and one of them was a cup game, and we got the 4-4 draw. So there's 2 wins and a draw in all the times we've been there. Since when did the Emirates open? Around 2000, wasn't it? It opened. It's been open a few years now. 2004, maybe 5
years. Yeah.
Yeah. So I can't remember us getting a lot of results there. And Stel did say when he was on, it's the worst ground for us to go to.
It is a North London derby, though, and you never know.
Yeah.
We last season we got a 2-2 draw there, didn't we? So
yeah,
I won't call us out getting a point, but it is going to be a really tough game.
A point would be a bonus.
I don't think it's going to be a tough game. Do you know why? Because Saka's injured. And without Saka, Arsenal are not the Arsenal we're scared of. I honestly believe we can beat them. But it depends. If we play 24 fullbacks, we will lose. But if he keeps the same way we played against Liverpool, we will win this game. And I can promise you that.
You think we're going to win this game if he adapts?
If he adapts, we're winning this game easily. But it depends who he plays.
Evening, Saba. Nice dinner.
Good evening. Yes, early dinner and then back home. And I got this for Christmas, right? And now all I ever want to do is constantly get indoors, put it on, and never leave my house ever again. It's just like, good evening to you guys. I had to come on. I had to come on reading some of the absolute fucking drivel in your comment section. Just drivel. Drivel.
What's got to you, man? What is it? What particularly?
I just don't understand, right? I'm looking at the same Spurs fans that will go, oh my God, look at this job this manager's doing at this club, and look how bad that team are, and look how bad they are the same fans that will go, but Ange's doing a good job. But don't worry, Ange's going to turn it around. Like, I'll ask this question. If we were doing this bad, if we looked over the road and Arsenal were doing what we're doing now, or Chelsea or Villa or Liverpool, we'd be pissing our pants laughing at how bad they are. We'd all look when Chelsea had that year where they really struggled, not last year, the year before. Everyone was pissing their pants laughing. Right? We're even worse than that. And there's an excuse for days. There's an excuse for everything. I don't understand, right? Back in the day, guys, tell me if I'm being hyperbolic here, but back in the day, you would look at this and go, wow, we lose a lot of games, right? Wow, we're bottom half. Wow, the manager's points per game is dreadful. Wow, we concede a lot of goals. And people go, yeah, the manager's not doing well. If you say this manager's not doing well, it's just like every fact goes out the window. Like it's almost as though there's two different Spurs, and I'm watching what's actually happening, and other people are just watching what they want to happen. Like, do you guys will remember this, right? Because I think a lot of these fans don't really know this club. Do you remember AVB?
Yes.
Of course, right? I know it's not that. Remember AVB wasn't actually doing a terrible job, and everyone, oh, he's got to go. He's got to go. Then he got battered by Liverpool and went. And everyone was going, oh, phew, he went. Then Sherwood came in, didn't actually do a bad job. He's got to go. He's got to go. Then you've got this manager who's doing a much worse job than all those managers. And for some reason, I don't understand what it is that he's being protected from. I don't understand what this manager has done that is protecting him from the deserved criticism that the other managers got and then got sacked. I don't understand it. If it is purely, we might win a League Cup, fine. If it is, well, we're on a good cup run because we've won 3 games in a cup, sure, I'm cool about that. That's fine. But let's be brutally honest. This is the worst season we've had league-wise for 27 seasons. 27 seasons. And we're going, Ange is good. Ange is great. And the thing is, all he has to do is he just wins one game and people go, there you go, see, Ange Ball's back. Then and then people are going, oh, where are all the haters? What do you mean haters? I'm not a hater. I've got standards. I've got standards for my football club. The standards for my football club is we should not be bottom half of this table. We should not be bottom half. Do you know what? And if we are bottom half, sorry for the rant coming, guys, but if we are going to be bottom half, you can't be 9 points off of European places after 20 games of the season. Not even 9 points off top 4. We're 9 points off of Europe. It is absolutely crazy how I don't understand it. I don't get it. I will never understand it. No one can give me an actual coherent answer as to why this manager's backed. Then when fans point out the facts and the obvious, it's toxic, negative. It's like, well, why is it toxic and negative to want a bad manager out of a football club? West Ham have just sacked their manager. And in their statement, what did it say? Results have not been where they should have been. He's going to be, we're parting ways. And he parts ways. Right? Yeah. Man United with Ten Hag wasn't good enough. See you later. All their fans at those two fan bases like their manager's got to go. We're sitting here going, it's all right. Ange is great. I love this. Ange is brilliant. Ange will do this. Ange does this in his second season. The same fans that would, you know what? Last thing I'll say, and I'll probably shut up, right? And big up to the perfect match, whether that's Jim or Kate. I agree that we all have standards, but when you're saying some are realistic than others, what are we talking about here? No one had standards that said we should be 12th after 20 games. No one told me that was realistic in the summer, Dan. Nige, you've been in a WhatsApp group with me forever. You've known me for over a decade, Nige. No one anywhere, none of these people that are defending it said, you know what, after 20 games, we should be 12th and 9 points off 7. Because if that was Jose Mourinho, if that was Conte, we would lose our shit. We would absolutely lose our shit. But
we handed Conte out. Sorry.
Huh? No,
we handed Conte out. No. We handed Conte out and he was 4th when he left. We were 4th when Conte left and we hounded him out. The football's rubbish. Get him out.
Evening, Eugene. Big up, Eugene. Jumping on.
What I don't understand about it is, though, Mark, there's so many words that get put with this manager, that no one can ever come on and explain. Right? Project's a word. Process is a word. Youth project's a word. He doesn't play the youth unless players are injured. What are we talking about? Spurs have lost how many games in the last 10? Needed a goal. I haven't seen Will Lancashire being thrown on up front. Have you? Anyone seen Will Lancashire given 10, 15 minutes at the end of the game to try and turn it around? Right? No. Youth project. When everyone was fit, I didn't see Archie Gray getting a game in midfield. I didn't see Bergvall getting a game in midfield when everyone was fit. But these words that we're sticking with, just no one can explain. Because in the summer, no one was saying this. No one was saying this, right? The revisionism, because he's done a terrible job, is now, no. Well, where do you expect us to be? And the gentleman to my left, as I'm sitting, it depends which way you're looking at the screen, the gentleman to my left is going, what, you think another manager could do better with his squad? Yes. Yes. Look at Bournemouth. Look at Fulham. Look at Nottingham Forest. None of our fan base would have wanted that squad. None of our fan base would have said, do you know whose squad we should really try and emulate? For Fulham, for Nottingham Forest, Bournemouth. We went and stole Bournemouth's best player, right? We went and stole their best player, and they're 9 points clear of us. It's utterly. I don't understand. We used to have standards. We used to, and now it's toxic and negative to turn around and say, sorry, the manager's doing a shit job. I'm sorry. I'll let someone else come in, but he's doing a shit job. And those 3 cup games have saved him. Man City, Man United, and that first leg against Liverpool have saved what is a diabolical season under this manager.
Yeah, and you've only got to I forgot what I was going to say now. And you've only got to look at what Nuno's doing. He was hounded out. He was hounded out of the club. None of what he's doing with Forest, playing the way he plays. But that wasn't good enough for us. All right, it's probably, are they lucky to be third? Maybe, but he's still third, wherever they are, third, fourth. I haven't checked the table.
He coaches them, Mark. He coaches them.
Yeah, exactly.
You look at Nottingham Forest. They look, when they go on the pitch, they look a team. They might not have the best players in the world.
They're playing to their strengths. That's what they're doing.
Yes, they look a team. The defence is well drilled, well organised. Their midfield actually works like a midfield. Their wingers beat a man. Their wingers actually act like wingers. The centre forward plays up front. It's like he's not, I don't even rate Nuno, by the way, in general, but he's not trying to reinvent a wheel. He's just doing the basics, same as Marco Silva at Fulham. He's not trying to reinvent a wheel. He's just keeping it simple. We've got a manager that's doing all these crazy things that people go, well, when he's got better players. Well, I hate to break it to you, gentlemen. Couldn't every manager in the country use that excuse? Could, like, you know, if we're going to talk about who got sacked from Southampton, what was his name?
Martin.
Yeah, Martin, Russell Martin. Couldn't we turn around and go, Russell Martin? Well, if he had had better players, his tactics are brilliant. Sure, but you haven't. You've got to make the best of what you've got, and you've got to make your team difficult to beat. You've got to make your team compact. You've got to make them tight. You've got to make sure that you're in games, and you've got to make sure that you're doing what's best. So, look, listen, it is what it is. I'm not going to do an Ange in, Ange out. I'm not going to do the whole, is this a cult thing? You all know my opinion of this manager. Statistically, he's the worst manager we've had for 27 years. People don't want to hear it, and that's fine. But listen, he needs to win that League Cup to save blushes and embarrassment. He's got to win that League Cup, because in the league we're a shambles.
One thing, Sava, you said at the beginning when you started talking about other clubs. I can't talk about any other clubs. Arsenal, maybe they've dropped a couple of points. We have not got no right to talk about form of other teams when we're this bad. I just don't have that. I can't do it. We've got nothing at the moment, really, league-wise. It's just not good enough. Other guys, what do you think about that when, but look at this team and look at that team, how they do? Okay, Man United, because they're around us, fair enough, yeah? But any other teams, we can't talk right now. Nige?
Eugene?
I'm going to just...
I mean, why can't we talk then? I mean, if we analyze the game, I mean, we can talk about anybody.
I guess I need to go. Take care, everyone.
Okay, buddy.
Cheers, Dietrich.
Cheers, everyone. Bye.
See you, man. Nice to see you.
Look, all this and Sava, you and I mean, I think we're friends, not online friends at least. But look,
mate, it's just football, Eugene. I know everyone in the chat wants to make it personal. It's just football. Trust me, Eugene. I'll never make a video about you. I'm not that sort of person. Don't worry.
I'm not big enough. I'm not big enough for videos. But when, we can all disagree about, I mean, facts are facts. Nobody can argue that our form in the league has been terrible. But when you go, you deserve fans like you deserve this, or, it's a cult or this or that, then things get personal, and then people start yelling at each other.
It's not personal, Eugene, but surely if people are sitting there going, I like this, I like what I'm seeing, this is fine, then by the very definition, this is what you're asking for, right?
But
people always take that wrong. But if I'm sitting there going, I love this manager when he's 12th in the table and can't win many games of football, then literally that is what those fans are saying. We want this, no?
I don't think most fans like what they're seeing, or specifically backing Ange as, I'm an Ange guy, and if Ange leaves, I'm going to leave with Ange. Like Sun fans, Sun is placed here.
Sure.
South Korean fans come, and then when he leaves, they leave. Most fans, at least, I'm going to speak for myself. And my opinion, Saba. My opinion is just like with Conte. I did not want Conte out. I did not want Jose out. For me, give manager 2 years, give him the players that fit his system that he needs, and see what he does. My opinion is sacking Ange right now. Like, we're talking about ambition, getting in Marco Silva or any manager right now. Our ceiling is 6th or 7th. The squad that you saw play versus Liverpool, it's not a top 9 squad if you look player, but
that's not our squad, is it? Like that's
for
the thing, Eugene. We're now. What I don't understand, Eugene. Sorry, let me come back on that. What I don't understand, and by the way, anything I say here is my opinion, right? I'm not speaking for any others. I'm speaking for me, right? I don't care who likes who doesn't. I'm speaking for me, okay? And this is the funny thing. You look at over the last couple of months, right? The excuses I've heard is injuries, but yet the form without the injuries was diabolical. We had the worst start to a season in 20 years. Right, the fact we had a worse start to a season of 20 years told you that it's not the injuries only. It is that it wasn't set up right. It wasn't working. It was tactical. What the injuries have actually done is actually allowed us to see some players come in and flourish a little bit. The likes of Gray, the likes of Bergvall in the last few games. Jed Spencer's had some really good games. So the very players that we're all... This is what makes me laugh, right? Is all the people that are going, oh my God, Bergvall, brilliant. Gray, brilliant. Spence, brilliant. Okay, cool. Well, they're only playing because of the injuries. And they're the ones that have actually been playing better than the senior pros, if you want to call them that, Eugene, right? I think if you actually look in the last sort of 5, 6, 10 games, the players that are letting us down more isn't the Dragushins. It isn't the Archie Grays. It isn't the Spences and the Bergvalls. It is more often than not, it is the senior pros. It's the Sunnies, the Madisons, the Kulus, the Poros, the Dogies. These are the players that haven't been playing well. So what I don't understand is our best wins this season have been without those senior pros that we say are injured and the reason why we're not doing well. I don't get it. If we can beat Man City with those players out, and you can beat Villa with those players out, and you can beat Liverpool, and you can beat Man United with those players out, why is it then the excuse when you lose to Ipswich, Palace, Bournemouth, Forest, Newcastle? Why is then the excuse, but look who's missing? Because that wasn't, no one was saying that after the Liverpool game when we beat them 1-0.
Well, we can win each individual game, right? Any game, anything can happen. And we do better against teams that play open football, like Villa, like City, like United, even Liverpool. Our issue is we have no depth. So when we have to play every 3 games, we play all the players have to play every 3 games. If you look at Kulu right now, he's running on fumes. Poirot is running on fumes. I blame Ange. So look,
why?
No, so, by the way, and I'm not saying I blame Ange for a lot of things. Him not including Spence or even Reguilon in the Europa squad, that's on him. A lot of the injuries, the hamstring injuries, that's probably on him, the way he trains them. Again, I agree. Some of the tactics, when we play and we're super wide open, it's on him. However, if you blame Ange, when he does something right, you also have to say he did something right. In the Liverpool game, Van Dijk came out and said that our defense was compact and different from what he's seen before. So Ange can change things around. So my thing is, in the second leg versus Liverpool, if he sets us up the way we were set up last game, even if Van der Ven threw Romero back, if we're set up the same way, if we're not going to press as much, if we're more compact, then we might have a chance. If we go back to playing if we go back to playing wide open football like we did before with our starters, then it's on Ange. So I'm trying to be fair. I'm saying I know what he's done wrong, but this thing where, he never changes, he's clueless, he's this and that, I think that's too much, right? Like, blame
but when
him.
you look at the league, Eugene, that's been true, hasn't it? This is the thing. Like, it's okay. Like, listen, the cup run's fine. For me, I think it's the cup run keeping this manager in a job. Let's be brutally honest, Eugene, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question. Had we have not stayed in this League Cup and we are sitting 12th in the Premier League, 9 points off Europe, do you truly believe then that the manager would not have been sacked by now if he wasn't one game away from a League Cup final?
I think so, because I don't think Levy or the board cares about the League Cup, right? They sacked Jose before the final. I mean, nobody knows. I think I think sacking Ange puts Levy on the board in a bad light that they failed again.
I agree with that.
So I think they would give him this year anyways. And then in the summer, it'd be like, you know what? It's not on us. It's on him. We gave Ange a chance. Sacking Ange right now puts Levy in a bad light. So I feel like regardless, he's going to stay on the job.
I agree. So would it be fair to say, sorry guys at the top, if you want us to stop this debate, we can stop.
No, over it.
Looks like they're happy, Eugene. Listen, it is just football at the end of the day. By the way, when I go to bed, I don't go to bed and say to my wife, Daniel Levy, oh my God, Ange, because she wouldn't give a shit, right? This is just football. This is just online, right? Look, I think the one thing that for me, what you said there about Levy is very true. We're on the same page on that one. But I also think that that's saving him a little bit because in years gone by, Eugene, Daniel Levy's never not sacked a manager that's done this poorly. Now, whether or not people think he's done poorly, I'm talking about factually in the league, factually for 12 to 15 months now, factually, it has been poor in terms of the number of defeats, average league position, goals conceded, all these kind of things. Normally, Daniel Levy by now, we all know, has pulled that plug. And he's done that for 24 years. I think it's the fact that he doesn't want to say he's got it wrong again that is keeping this manager from being sacked. Having said that, having said that, right? And by the way, sorry, Kate, you keep using the word project. No one can actually come on and explain. No one ever, since Sanders joined, can say to me what the project is. I've asked so many people to come on my show and say, here's the project. And I can't ever get a real proper answer out of anybody as to what the project is.
Does Kate want to jump on? Kate can jump on if she wants. Send her the link.
That's a project. I mean, us having those kids. I mean, I think bringing in the director of football, by definition, right? The plan should go beyond any manager, right? The director of football should, or the club has a plan for the next 5 years. So when they bought Bergvall, Kinski, Gray, it's not for Ange. No manager is going to buy 18-year-olds because he's going to be gone. So
is that a project? Yeah, but Eugene, that's again, I'll debate this with anyone. That's not a project. Listen, and again, when I always say to people about knowing the history of this football club, the reason I say that isn't to belittle anyone, but I can go back to the 1980s, right? I'm sure. No offense. I know some people who are a bit older than me on that top row there, right? Some of them can go back. Sorry. Some of them can go back to the 1980s as well, Eugene. And if you actually look at what Spurs have always done, this is no different. It's being packaged as different. But guys on the top row, please feel free to tell me if I'm wrong and I'll shut up, right? Feel free. I will.
No.
At the end of the day, we've always gone, look, Lennon, we bought as a youngster. Tommy Huddleston as a youngster. Gareth Bale as a youngster. Jermaine Defoe as a youngster. Michael Carrick as a youngster. Carl Walker, Carl Norton, Michael Dawson, Andy Reid, Matthew Everington. I could go on and on and on. Buying youngsters and then going project isn't a project. Buying youngsters is a philosophy.
But under
Tell me if I'm not making sense.
Saba.
But
as I said,
philosophy, Eugene, that's not a project. A project is turning around and going, this is where we want to be in, boom, here's what it is. But everyone who uses the word, Eugene, with me, project, right? Everyone who uses the word project with me, one, they can never tell me what it is. And two, they can't tell me what the time frames are. And you know why, Eugene? Because they've made up the word project. The club never actually come out and say, this is our project. This is our time frame. What they do is they buy loads of kids. And what is going to be the project, which is the excuse for backing Ange? Do you know what this project is doing, Eugene?
Saving money.
Saving money. This whole thing about buying, oh my God, look, we got Bergvall for the future, Gray for the future, Odeber, Yang, Kinski. Now, I'm not knocking any of those players. I'm not knocking any of those players, Eugene. You know what? Of those 6 youngsters I just named, 2 of them will probably be very good footballers for Tottenham for 5, 6, 7 years. 2 of them will probably be meh, all right, and then end up getting sold to a Burnley or a Stoke or something. And 2 of them will probably just flop completely. And that's the nature of young players in football. Yep. But what we've done is we've shifted out the Deadwood, which everyone was celebrating in the window. Everyone was then celebrating bringing in these young players, right? Everyone was making videos and talking about, I think we're going to finish second, we're going to finish third, we're going to finish fourth, we're going to challenge. Fine, no problem with that. But it's the revisionism, Eugene. Now that that's not happened, now that we're doing really poor in the league, it's, but it's a project, but it's going to take time. Cool. But no, in the summer, that wasn't what everyone was saying. In the summer, I was hearing that we're going to be brilliant. And in Ange's second year, there's no reason why we can't challenge for stuff. So I just don't get, Eugene, what the project is. I'm not being rude to anyone. I'm just asking.
Eugene, you've given up on a manager, haven't you, Eugene? You have, haven't you? You've given up on Ange. Right?
No, not really. And again, it's not about So just quickly, Sava, I agree with you on the project part. But given what you just laid out, the history of the club and the way we do things, it really annoys me when people say, "Oh, but now, unlike other managers, Ange was backed because we spent this, and this." Right? To me, no manager in the Spurs, and that's my whole point. That's why it doesn't matter who we hired. Our results might improve for this season, but our issue is the way the club does business. So if you say, "Oh, we spent 350 million, Ange was back," that's not true. Given the way the club operates, we've always done the same thing for every single manager.
But Eugene, I've got a question for you, man. I've got a question for you, Eugene. Basically,
sorry, Dan. Yeah, go for it.
I've got a question. So you're just keep Ange here, let it ride out for the rest of the season. Surely,
yes,
there's a manager who can come in and get us something this season. Don't you want to look at now? We live in the here and now, don't we? Don't want to be.
But look, Dan, last couple of times we couldn't get our first, second, or third choice. Right?
Why is this?
Well, because no manager, no established manager, unless you're Conte and you're coming here for a payday, or Jose, who nobody else.
You're telling me we couldn't get the Fulham manager, the Bournemouth manager? We could get those managers if we wanted.
Hang on a minute. Is this not why we built a £1 billion stadium?
Well, we should be able to
pay the wages, challenger at the top.
Right, Mark, I agree with you.
I'm just asking.
But Nagelsmann didn't want to come here. Slot didn't want to come here, right? So every time we're struggling now, and that's in the summer. Right now, it's even tougher. And you can tell me McKenna, Silva. I don't have faith that a mid-table manager with different expectations, right, for a mid-table team can come here and improve us long term. And I mean,
Eugene, let me ask you then, Bournemouth. What was Bournemouth's expectation then when he took over last year from Gary O'Neill at Bournemouth?
Mid-table again. I don't know. Mid-table.
Okay, so look at the job that he's done there over the last 18 months. Wouldn't you say he's done an absolutely brilliant job with a lesser squad than what we've got?
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, but so why couldn't he come in with better players at Tottenham with his philosophies, with his coaching? Surely you would say, well, if he can do that with Bournemouth, what could he do with Tottenham? The way that Poch did when he came in. Why is no one able to do anything with this squad?
No, it could happen, but if you look at Potter and other mid-table managers who made a move up, a lot of them failed. So it's not a guarantee.
Like who?
Graham Potter. One.
So right? You mean yeah, okay, but then again, this is the thing. You've got to add context. Graham Potter went to Chelsea at a time where they just lost Roman Abramovich, the whole club had changed. Brand new directors of football, all of their old guard, all of their best players had gone. The chairman had gone. The club were a mess, right? Graham Potter was given about 6 months and then told he wasn't good enough. Chelsea were actually in a mess as a club. So I mean, if we're gonna look at this properly, you know, Graham Potter, did he do a terrible job, or was he just given absolutely no time at all?
No, that could be fair. But again, tell me, and that's an honest question, Saba. Other than Poch, right? Who is an example?
Magic, he is
of
Magic.
A mid-table manager who made a jump to a top team and succeeded.
But I mean, again, I hate to say it because Mark will be getting all excited in his pants.
I am already.
I mean, look at the job Maurizio Pochettino did at Tottenham when he joined us from Southampton, who would be fair to say at the time were probably a mid-table club. If I remember rightly, I think he'd done a really good job at Southampton and came in. And that is why when I look at Iriola, I don't know about you guys, but he gives me the Pochettino vibes.
Definitely.
As in
100%.
really down to earth, good tactician, good coaching. For me, doesn't make a mockery of himself in press conferences. Look, for me, I would just say this. Eugene, I think we both agree on this, right? And I like it when we get to a middle ground. I think we both agree there is no magic wand that we go, any manager that comes in 100% is successful. But when you look at managers that we have brought in when we've been in a mess, when we have changed before, we have had circumstances where our fortunes have changed. So in the short term, Conte came in halfway through a season, got us top 4, right? Short term. Harry Redknapp, long term, came in, picked up an absolute shit show of a football club, right? We were an absolute shambles, even though we just won a trophy, right? Let that be a warning this year, by the way. Even though we just won a trophy, he picked up an absolute shambles. And within 3 months, right, Spurs suddenly looked like a really good team. Right? I don't like when people say this, either get on board or moan about it. I don't think it's moaning about it. Why is having an opinion for a manager that's not doing well moaning, but getting on board with it is seen as positive? I never quite understand that. I can get on board with losing nearly every week if we want, but for me, that's not really the standards that I want Tottenham Hotspur to be at. So back to my point, Eugene, right? By the way, Alex and Kate in the chat, play nicely. Come on, play nicely, guys. It's just football. Eugene, back to my point, right? Harry Redknapp came in, and in 18 months, Harry Redknapp took Tottenham from an absolute shit show shambles, bottom of the Premier League table, to our first ever time in Champions League. And he did it in an era where Man U were a top team, Liverpool were a top team, City were a very good team. They weren't quite City, we know. City were a good team. Chelsea were a top team. Arsenal were a top team. And in 18 months, Harry Redknapp got us, picked us up, made some sensible, cheap signings, and got us top 4. I'm not lying about that, guys, am I? That is what happened in 18 months. He picked us up. Pochettino picked us up. First year, a little bit shaky. There were moments where people said he should have gone. Second year, you could start to see that. You could start to see us climbing. And that's my difference. When we say he's only been here 18 months, Eugene, he's not progressing. We're not getting better in any metric. We're not getting better in any metric.
Worse.
We've got worse. So my question to you, Eugene, to throw this back at you is, as somebody who I think I'm quite pragmatic when it comes to this stuff, I get it. Some people want to wear their hearts on their sleeves and I back the club. Look at me. That's fine. That's fine. But I'm pragmatic. I will look and go, okay, cool. Is he actually doing that? But Eugene, it doesn't have to be that. He doesn't have to do a Redknapp. Doesn't have to go boom, right? Doesn't have to do a Poch. But are we doing what Fulham's manager's doing? What Bournemouth's manager's doing? What Brighton's manager's doing? What Forest doing? They're all doing that. Even if it's at a slow rate, we're doing that, right? So surely shouldn't that be the thing we look at, Eugene, and go, well, why are they all going that way and we're going that way? Why?
I mean, I think for us, it's the same thing as Man U. Sometimes, I mean, again, I'm not arguing with you that we haven't seen the progression me personally, I thought after we struggled last year, this year we're going to see a progression. And just going to adapt. He'll make some tweaks. We haven't seen it. And again, you say I make excuses for the injuries, but it's the reality, right? The squad is thin after the transfer window. And again, you and I talked, most fans in the channels, in the streams that I watch, in my WhatsApp groups, everybody said our transfer window was terrible. It was a 3 at best. So the club hasn't done.
Now
now
those same people though are raving about Bergvall, Gray, like they're raving about Solanke, Bergvall, Gray. So if it's a terrible window, how can you then praise all these? Like which one is?
Because those are different things, Sava, right? The kid. So again, it depends. If you look at this season in isolation versus the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years with Grant Bergvall, I think they'll be very good players for us next year after. For this year specifically, they don't really help us. What we needed was starting 11 help, right? Again, injuries, you can say injuries are excuses, but look at Arsenal, look at City. When you lose your starting 11 players, you're going to struggle, especially if you're as thin as we are.
Sure. So let me go back to my earlier question that you didn't answer then. So my earlier question that you didn't answer. So if injuries are the excuse, why, with all these players fit, was it our worst start to a season for 20 years?
Yeah, it's unacceptable. But as I was saying in the chat, every game that we played, every loss, like it's fine margins, right? Every game we lose by 1 goal.
Not really, Eugene. I mean, you could say Crystal Palace only lost by 1 goal. What did we do in that game? It wasn't a fine. We weren't really in the game, right? Losing 1-0 to Palace shouldn't be seen as fine margins. Losing 2-1 to Ipswich shouldn't be seen as fine margins, right? Not beating Leicester, right? Losing to Nottingham Forest, losing to Bournemouth, losing to Brighton, right? Losing to Newcastle, losing to Arsenal, right? Losing to getting battered by Galatasaray. Eugene.
But fine margins.
Let's be honest, the Bournemouth game, they should have scored 5. If they'd run a half sensible strike
in that game.
But Mark, if you say that, we can say that about any game. My point is, when I was backing Ange before, in most games, we had chances that if we had more quality up front, we should have put away in most games. Sure. So that's what I'm saying. And like in the final third, players more often than not are in position to score goals.
And I counter that.
They don't because the quality isn't there. So that's my point.
So what about the other? But again, this is where I'll tell you why I call it an excuse. Look how many chances we give up. We give up at the back every single game, with or without Van der Ven, by the way. Right? Let's have a look at how many chances we give up, Eugene. What we do, this is what football fans do when and I get it. We're all biased to a degree because this is the club that we love, right? But when we're going, well, look at the chances we had. Look how many games you could say that about Spurs going the other way. Look how many chances we give up in games.
Was it the Man United game? All right, we won 3-0 at their place, but they had 20-odd shots on our goal.
That's a regular occurrence, Mark, that we give up 20 shots a game. But yet we only go, but we miss chances. Well, look at the chances the opposition miss against us. It works both ways.
But that's not really true. And I think I told you that on a different stream, Sava. Our defensive numbers this year are much improved from last year. Our issue
they're not.
Statistically,
statistically, how many goals have we let in this season?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm sure it's way better than last year.
I'm going to assure you right now, it's not way better than last year. And you know what it was? It actually started not too bad. And that's what fans went, but we're only losing by 1 goal. We're only losing by 1 goal. Yeah. Like, we're suddenly wearing it as a badge of honor. Last year, we lost this game 3-0. Today, we lost it 1-0. Listen, when you lose, you lose. Right?
It's not a badge of honor. No, you were saying you wanted to see improvement. So I'm saying is, look, I've said for a long time now, our main issue is not on the defensive end, it's on the offensive end. Most of the goals that we scored the majority of our goals in 5 games. If you like Man U, Villa, Man City, right? That makes up for the goal difference. It's those games. In most games that we lose, especially, we struggle to score 2 goals. It's 1-0, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, because we don't have quality up front.
Okay, so let me use your logic back against you. Against Manchester City, we beat Man City 4-0. In the first 20 minutes, how many goals should Erling Haaland have scored past Tottenham?
Maybe 2.
Right, so we could turn around and go, Man City could have been 2-3-0 up in 20 minutes. But we can all play that game of if chances are taken. But the fact is,
I'm talking about, I'm saying, looking at the defensive numbers, at the goals allowed, at the big chances allowed, at the counter attacks, if we want to see improvement, we are improved from last year. All I'm saying is,
based on what? Sorry, I'm sorry. You can't. I need the facts to go with this.
Okay.
Based
on defensive metrics.
Based on what? Are we going to go by how many goals had we conceded, right, after 20 games of last season versus this season?
Yeah, goals, big chances, chances on the counter. I forgot, but I was looking at the numbers.
Eugene, this time last year we were in the top 4. None of that matters. This year we're 12th.
But I'm saying the difference is it's not on the defensive side; it's on the offensive side.
It's not the defensive. Sorry, Eugene. Watch Spurs, how wide open we are. I don't even need facts and stats for this one. Look how wide open we are most games, and people are going, the problem isn't in the defense. Listen, there's been a couple of games. Like, I think that this is my problem with him, Eugene. I think the best games we have played this year have been when we don't play Ange ball. Right?
Yeah.
When we're not going completely, utterly open, gung-ho, batshit crazy like we did against Liverpool in the first game, right? I think we actually look all right.
Man City in the cup. Man City in the cup. Aston Villa at home.
Right.
2 games right there.
It's not a
coincidence. We sat back a little bit. No, it's not. No,
not
definitely
a coincidence. When we step away from this crazy high line and these crazy tactics, funnily enough, all the players look more comfortable. We look more organised. But yet what we see is we adapt, we change into that. Now, we can have that debate all day long about whether it's the opponents or Ange that's done it. Who cares, right? We won those games. But then what we see straight after that, Eugene, he goes straight back to, let's be wide open, gung-ho. Right? That's what his default position is, and he tells us that. And Eugene, I'm going to ask you this. I'll ask everybody in your chat and you guys at the top. Can anyone tell me the last time Tottenham lost 10 of their first 20 league games?
Oh, I thought it was going to say, when was the last time we won? Because we did this on your channel earlier. When was the last time we won 2 in a row?
We've only won 2 in a row once this season.
Yeah.
Once. And that was Brentford and Man United.
Yeah.
So Brentford, who have got the worst away record in the league, or the second worst, and Man United, who sat their manager a few games after. Like, we can't win 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
In the league.
I've got a question for Eugene. Eugene, is there no short-term solutions in your eyes? This is what you're arguing, isn't it? No short-term solution. You just want the best and the best manager or nothing. Is that what you're saying, Eugene?
I want the club to, it's like with the money situation for transfers. We either go for somebody who's transfer listed or with 1 year left. We go with the managers with 2nd, 3rd, 4th options. I don't want the club to panic, and I want us to make the best decision and to get the best man for the job and not make panic moves as we usually do. And that goes for the manager, for hiring a manager and bringing the players in. I don't want it to be opportunistic as we usually do. So again,
even if we go into a relegation battle, Eugene, because if
we're not going to be relegated. I mean,
no, I'm not saying that. But do you think if we do drop and it gets a bit iffy, will you still not make that change?
I mean, I don't think we'll be relegated. The bottom 3 teams
being around that area, we shouldn't be around that area with this team.
Oh no, there's no doubt we shouldn't be. But again, like most, and again on most streams, like in the comments, because you guys know I'm trying to be everywhere. Most fans said if we win a cup, they don't care where we end up.
That's not good enough.
I'm the same way for this season.
sorry, but I feel
No.
again. I'll go back to this whole standards piece, right? I'm sorry. Listen, if we finish top half and he wins a cup, fair enough. Yeah, he's going to get more time. Of course, he wins a cup. That's great. But for me, you can't win the cup but finish in the bottom half of the table. That's just
not for a club
What's
of
your
Tottenham
standard?
size. Not
What's your standard?
not for a club of Tottenham size.
What's your guys' standard? Like what
the
are you trying to achieve?
minimum standard for Tottenham Hotspur for how big a club we are, for how much money we spend, for the stadium, for the revenue. The minimum should be European football.
Top 6.
Qualification through the league.
Top 6.
Right? And you're shaking your head, Eugene, but all the facts. This is where, again, I like using my new word of revisionism. Somebody said on my show earlier, and Mark, you saw it. You was in the chat, or you came on by this point.
Yeah.
The guy said, "But Spurs have been rubbish for 15 years."
I was on
what
by
are you
that stage.
expecting?
Yeah.
And I said, hang on. Let's look at our league finishes then, shall we, for the last 15, 20 years. No, we've not been rubbish for 15 years, right? What we're getting confused with is winning trophies versus where we finish in the league. And again, it's this revisionism that all these other managers, Daniel Levy was terrible to. Sure, Daniel Levy's terrible to these managers if we want to talk about should we be winning league titles. But Daniel Levy's given all of these managers more than enough to finish in European places in the league, and they normally do. So if this manager doesn't this season, for me, that is failure. If he doesn't finish in the top 7 in the league, that is failure.
And you've got to remember as well, this £1 billion stadium that we bet, that was going to be to make us compete, regularly get into Europe. You know, the squad we have, we shouldn't be 12th. We should be, we should probably be somewhere where Villa are, 5th, 6th, you know, somewhere around, because you can argue Arsenal are better than us. I hate saying it. Liverpool are definitely better than us. City, even though they've had a blip, you know, they're probably better. Well, they are better than us.
Hang on, Mark, not probably.
Well, no. Well, yeah, but no. I'm on about. I'm on about the state they're in now. I'm on about the state they're in now because they have had a blip. But well, for Man City standards, they are in a state. But
I mean, they are, but they're 4 points off second. I mean, let's.
Well, yeah. Well,
they're going to be all right, Man City. They're going to be okay.
Well, you know, I mean, I'd take it, but so that's Arsenal, Liverpool, Man City, and you could say
Chelsea.
we're on Chelsea. So there's 4. We are on about a par with our squads, really, with Villa and us have got a very
Newcastle.
Yeah, around there.
Villa, we should be in and around
5th, 6th, 7th.
Villa and Newcastle.
5th, 6th, 7th.
Eugene, you're shaking your head.
Newcastle's squad compared to ours is night and day. Look at their front 3 and look at their midfield and look at their front 3. You cannot, and Villa, you cannot compare their squad to ours either.
I think they're not much better, man. They're not much better.
Come on.
Hang on. We've the thing is, you talk about their front 3, and by the way, I think Isak's a quality player. We've scored more goals than Newcastle.
Yes.
Right? We've scored more goals than Newcastle. So when we're talking about a fantastic front 3, this is where I think we've got to stop saying that football is black and white.
Right? You're picking random stats, Saba. You're picking random stats.
No, that's not random. You just said
doesn't mean
no. Hang on. I'm not picking the stat. You picked the stat. You said they've got better. They've got better forwards. I just said, well, hang on. We've managed to score more goals than them. You know the difference between us and Newcastle? Look how well drilled they are. Look how well organised as a team they are.
Better coached.
They are coached. Watch Newcastle in their last. They've won 7 on the bounce. Newcastle, right? That's not a made-up stat. Newcastle have won 7 games in a row. Watch them every single game they play.
Coach last year?
Hang on. I know you're about to bring out one of your stats that helps prove that Ange isn't that bad, right? Eddie Howe, you watch what they do. Watch what Newcastle do every single game. They come out with one tactic, and in the second half, they adopt a different tactic. So in the first half, they come out on the front foot a bit more. They go forward more. Hall and Livramento or Trippier, whoever's playing, they get forward more. Joe Linton bursts forward more in the first half. Murphy and Gordon are higher up in the first half. They put it on teams. They go ahead. Then what they do every second half of every game, if you watch, Eddie Howe's a bit more, guys, all right, we don't need to, don't chase. We don't need to. We'll counterattack. We'll sit in. We'll counterattack. They've won 7 games in a row, right? Their defense is well drilled. Their midfield is like a brick wall. They are organised. The 2 central, they've got 3 centre mids. The 2 wide centre mids get over and help the fullbacks brilliantly, leaving Tonali in front of the back 4. Yeah, Gordon and Murphy get back brilliantly to help out the fullbacks as well. Yeah, so they're well-oiled, well-drilled machine. When they were under the cosh against Arsenal, what did he do? I'll take off Alexander Isak, my best player. I'm going to put Lloyd Kelly in centre half, and I'm going to go to a 5, and I'm going to make sure we see this game out. He's a fantastic coach. He's a brilliant coach.
But look, okay, so last year he was a bad coach when they lost 9 games at the same time as we lost 10 right now. So last year he was a terrible coach. Now all of a sudden he's a great coach.
I don't think anyone said he was a terrible coach.
But what changed from last year, where they were struggling just like us, to this year?
The thing is with Eddie Howe is he makes the best use of the tools he's got. This is what we're arguing about.
Mark,
Ange doesn't use the tools that he's got to the best devices.
At this time last year, they lost 9 games. Why? Because they had 10, 11 injuries like we do right now. So,
but we don't have 10 to 11 injuries. This we've got 10, 11 injuries is really fabricated. It's fabricated brilliantly. First of all, some of these injuries, let's be fair, Van der Ven and Romero, that's on him. That's on him. Of course it matters. Of course it matters. Of course, if the injuries are because of the manager bringing them both back at the same time when they're both not fit and leaving Dragusin on the bench, of course that matters.
I was just about to say, when Dragusin was fit as well.
Do you know the funny thing? Right? Do you know the funny thing, though? Eddie Howe, look at the players he's doing it with since he's gone to Newcastle, Eugene. Eddie Howe picked up Joe Linton. And if anyone remembers, Joe Linton was a failed striker. Do you remember when they bought him? He was a failed striker. Eddie Howe's turned him into a brilliant midfielder, right? Willock, Fabian Schär, right? These players that he's got the best out of, yeah? When he came in, he got the best out of Wilson. At the time, he got the best out of Amorim. What's his name? Miguel Amaron, right? He got the best out of, brain's gone quickly. So have a Longstaff in midfield. This guy, Murphy, another one. This guy has got still loads of players from when he first took over with a team that were in a relegation battle, rock bottom. And he's made so many of them much better. He's upskilled them. They're coached. They're well drilled. Difference is, Eugene, even when, this is the thing, you keep using the injuries, even before the injuries this year, and even when he had all his players last year in the second half of the season, we weren't this well-drilled, well-coached team, Eugene. This is the thing. You stated at the beginning of this that we shouldn't be in and around Newcastle and Villa where they are. Do you truly believe we shouldn't be where Newcastle... Let's have a look at the league table, right? Nottingham Forest are 3rd, Newcastle 5th, Bournemouth 7th, Villa 8th. You're seriously telling me we shouldn't be in and around Aston Villa in 8th? Really?
No. We should be, but based on the squad that they have, and look, who from our team
you told me in the summer. No. You don't get to do this, Eugene. You told me in the summer. You fought and battled me all summer that Aston Villa had a bad transfer window. You were saying things like, oh my God, they've even sold Moussa Diaby. They're 8 points clear of us whilst flying high in the Champions League. So which one is it? Okay. Right, this is the thing. In the summer, you said we should be well above them. They're not that good. Now, they're 8 points
We're not
clear
a
of us.
measuring
We
stick,
shouldn't be along with them, no?
Did they improve from where they were last year? I don't think so. They lost Luis. They lost Diaby. I don't think they are as good as they were last year. If you look at their goal difference, if you look where they are, they got worse. They're still in decent shape because they're a good team. Did they improve?
So hang on.
No.
Based on what? Based on what are they worse? Based on what are they worse? They're like 3
based
points
on
off
how
the
they're
top
doing in the league right now
something.
versus last year.
But
based on the talent of their team.
But Eugene, their team, they're like top 4 in the Champions League groups, right? They're like 3 or 4 points off the top 4 in the Premier League.
I'm not saying they're a bad team.
So
I'm not saying they're a bad team. I'm saying that did not improve.
But Eugene, you do realize this year they're playing Champions League as well. Like this, all of the excuses about squad depth and that, Aston Villa are having to put out the same team at the weekend and midweek for Champions League football. They're not rotating their 11 when we do in the Europa League. They're putting out their best 11 to play Champions League football, and they're still 8 points clear of us, and they're about to get automatic qualification in the Champions League. So when you're saying have they improved from last year?
Villa have only had 6 defeats.
6 defeats all season.
Okay. One of them was us.
But again,
one of them was us, by the way. Just throw that in there.
We were talking about whether they improved in the transfer window, and I said they lost one of their best players. I thought second best player in Luiz. They lost
replaced him with
Diaby,
Onana,
and they didn't improve.
But
I think
based on what?
Onana is good. But like, what are we arguing here? I don't understand.
No, well, you don't understand because you said we shouldn't be up in and around Villa and Newcastle, but that wasn't what you were saying in the summer. That wasn't what you said to me in the summer. So what's changed between the summer and now? Why all of a sudden the revisionism?
That's not true. In the summer, after the transfer window, I said we're going to finish 5th or 6th. Hold on. I said we're going to finish 5th or 6th. I said that Villa, they're a better team. They did not improve. I said I was arguing with you about United. You said United had a great window. They signed great players. I was right. And you said the West Ham had a good window.
I didn't say they had a great window.
You said they signed top. You said they signed top players. You said
they signed some top players. But Eugene, you know the difference between this is what we were arguing earlier in the chat. Sorry, guys above. This is what you get when you bring me on a show, right? This is what we were arguing about in the chat, Eugene. You used Man United as a barometer. You used West Ham as a barometer. What have both of their clubs done because they're underperforming? What have they done?
I don't. What do you mean? Nothing.
Well, no, what do you mean nothing? Both clubs have changed their managers because they were underperforming. Both clubs have addressed, hang on, this ain't working. Bang. Change. Right? Change. Right? Spurs, we're massively underperforming. We're just
had 2 years.
Going, what? Sorry?
I think he froze.
And I've also won a couple of trophies.
I said, sorry, I'm breaking up, but
Gotcha.
Yeah, Ten Hag had 2 years, right? He had the players that they brought in. They came from either from Ajax, from the Dutch league. So those are the players that he wanted. He got his players that didn't work out. He won the 2 trophies. For them, they don't care about those trophies, right? Obviously, their ambitions and standards are higher than ours, and he got sacked. But he got 2 years while he was getting backed with the players that he wanted. And that's all I ask for our manager as well. Give him 2 years, back him as much as you can, and then after 2 years, see what happens. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what Man U did with Ten Hag.
Yep, but Ten Hag was winning them trophies along the way, right? And in one of Ten Hag's seasons, didn't he finish 2nd or 3rd or something? If I'm not wrong, didn't he? I might be wrong there, guys. Didn't Ten Hag finish?
No, first season was.
They were not in Europe.
Let's have a look.
Last year, I think they finished outside of Europe, right?
No, they got Europe.
The point is, at the moment, though, Eugene, you said you think we'd finish 5th or 6th. We are so far off 5th or 6th. It's unreal.
Yeah, exactly.
We got no chance of getting anywhere near that. So how long do we
never
wait
once said
before we pull the trigger?
And it doesn't matter. It does not matter how many points you say that we're behind 5th or 6th. We got to pray that we win more we got to make them points up on the teams that are still constantly picking up points. That's not
I
happening.
heard someone say on Sabbath's show earlier that we're only 3 wins off 7th. Yeah, but we got to win, and then every other team got to lose.
In your eyes, what's the point of keeping with Ange? Give us what is the point? We might as well just cut our losses ASAP. Why are we keeping Ange? What for?
I think he deserves a chance to finish out this year, to finish out the cups. Again, because I don't think the club right now, given if there is a candidate or if there's a good manager who they can hire right now, I'll consider it. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think any manager with any ambition right now would come to us.
Areola would be here tomorrow. Areola would be here tomorrow if we sacked Ange and paid him the money.
Frank, Terzic. Are you telling me these managers turned down Tottenham Hotspur?
No.
I feel like
who would you accept, man? Who would you accept, Eugene, as the manager?
Slot did, right?
Eugene,
I don't know.
Who would you accept?
I'm going to be honest. Right now,
if they had to change,
I'm going to be honest. Right now, Nagelsmann and Slot, I wanted them last year because, for Nagelsmann, I know him. Slot, I didn't know, but after doing research, he was the guy. Obviously, they said no to us. I don't feel like any manager with any ambition who feel like they can get a better job in the summer is going to come to us right now. I'm not going to lie to you and say that I know, I watched all these managers. I have no idea.
The thing is, how much do you think, I haven't Googled it, but how much do you think Areola's on at Bournemouth? A couple of mil a year? Tottenham give him a contract worth double that.
Hang on, let's find out. Areola.
I don't know.
Bournemouth.
I bet he's on much more than 2-3 million a year.
Amorim, how long do you guys think it's going to take Amorim to fix United with the players that they have with recruitment?
It's going to.
He's not going to do it this year. He's not going to do it next year.
You can't say that.
There's progression. That's what you want.
Can't say that.
You want it to go that way, don't you?
Yeah.
2 different styles as well, totally.
Eugene, listen, will there be, listen, again, it depends what was the remit for Amorim coming in, because they knew that top 4 isn't going to happen, but what they've done is they've given him he's got now a full half a season, even more than half a season he would have had to implement what he does and then go and buy the players he wants that suit that philosophy in the summer, right? So I feel like what we're doing is we're constantly not looking at our own manager. We're constantly looking at, but this club, but that club. Why can't we look at what's in hand with our manager, that our manager isn't doing well, right?
If I can just jump in a minute. Scott M and Hotspurs, Areola makes 1 million a year. Right?
Look,
Tottenham would double that at least, and he'd be here tomorrow.
Mark, do you think if Tottenham Hotspur, right? And again, by the way, this isn't about whether their clubs would let them go, because the first phone call isn't to the clubs. The first phone call is to the manager's agent, right?
Yeah.
Are you telling me that we pick up the phone to Glasner's agent? I take Glasner all day long, by the way, from Palace. I'll take him in a heartbeat. He plays with wing backs. That's exactly what we need. I would take Glasner in a heartbeat, right? If we phoned up Glasner's agent, Iriola's agent, Frank's agent, Silver's agent, you're telling me that we phone up those 4 agents and go, hey, keep it on the down low. Tottenham are looking around for a new manager. Would your guy be interested? We truly believe that the managers of Bournemouth, Brentford and Fulham aren't going to have their head turned, and Palace aren't going to have their head turned by coming to Tottenham Hotspur, where they're probably going to, I'll beat Mark, I'll say they're probably going to quadruple their salary.
I was being kind.
Squad, have our training ground and all the facilities.
Shiny stadium.
And you truly believe, Eugene, that those managers will go, nah, do you know what? I'm going to stay at Palace at Selhurst Park. I'm going to stay at Bournemouth. Come on.
I'm going to stay at Bournemouth where the whole ground holds less than our south stand.
You want as a manager?
Sorry? I'm going to stay at Bournemouth. I'm going to stay at Bournemouth where their whole ground holds less than our south stand. You know what I'm saying? There's levels to this.
Sorry, what did you say, Eugene? There, what was your response?
I said, what did Glasner show you that you want him to be our manager? Like,
I'll tell you
names.
Exactly. I'll tell you exactly what he's shown me. Here's the difference. Glasner in his previous club won the Europa League, right? Glasner won the Europa League with a team that were nowhere near favourites to win it, right? He coached them brilliantly. They won the Europa League. He came to Palace last year and God, did he sort them out at the back end of last season. Everyone remember? Crystal Palace towards the back end of last season.
Yeah.
He took over. He made them really good, right?
Yeah.
He's now managing a team. Don't forget, this is a Crystal Palace team that lose their best players every single summer, right?
They're like Brighton.
Palace are 3 points behind Tottenham Hotspur with their squad and then our squad. Are you telling me that Glasner wouldn't do a good job?
All of those managers you mentioned, Sav, if Daniel Levy picked up the phone, or whoever's in charge of it, they'd be here. They'd be here tomorrow.
The difference is, I know what Eugene's saying, right? When we phoned up Slot, the difference is Slot's going to be in demand. Slot would know that the likes of Liverpool or whatever will come calling. Nagelsmann is a top manager that manages top clubs. We knew that would be difficult. But I don't think we need that, guys. I think we need to go back and find our next Redknapp, our next Poch. And I think a manager like Glasner, Iriola, these guys will play to their strengths. Glasner would come in immediately and go, why is this club not playing a back three? Immediately he'd go, why is this club not playing a back three? Look at Udogie and Porro as wing backs. I've got a playmaker in Maddison. Why am I not playing wing backs? Right? This guy would come in, be organised, and you know what he wouldn't do? He wouldn't make us a laughing stock in the press. He wouldn't constantly be getting taken the piss out of on Sky and TalkSport and that because he keeps saying really silly things in press conferences. We need a manager that shuts up, gets on with it, and the C word, coaches, day to day, coaches, how to be hard to beat, out of possession, transitions, right? It's madness. I just don't understand. It's so easy for people to go, who would come? Loads of managers. We're Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember, I can remember the days when we were a good club.
No, look, we hired Nuno. He was our seventh choice. Ange was our fourth choice. Like it's not as simple as saying, "Oh, we're the Tottenham and any manager that we want is going to come here." That's number one. Second of all, we can make assumptions. We do this every single time. Conte, Jose, Nuno, I don't know, but this manager is going to come in. He's going to do this, this, and that, and same thing happens. Again, you can say ambition, this, that. For me personally, and again, my opinion, I want to see a top manager. Mid-table managers, they might be good. They might not be good for us. I'm not going to get excited if I see a Glasner come in. I could be wrong. Again, I don't know much about him.
Aren't we learning? I want to see. Aren't we learning from this though? Like, you bring in a Jose and Conte, yeah. Daniel Levy is not going to give a Jose Conte type. This is the thing. When you just said there, we thought Jose and Conte would come in and change things around. No, didn't. Jose and Conte are managers that you go, what do you need right now? Boom, go, win. We need a Pochettino, Harry Redknapp type manager.
Yeah.
Managers that go, all right, what's my budget? What have I got to work with? Right.
This is the tools I got. Yeah.
Right.
Getting the best out of a bad situation.
Yeah. This is the tools I got. This is the tools I got. How do I maximize them?
Our best manager in recent years has been Pochettino, who come from Southampton, and Redknapp, who come from the mid-table side.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
And you talking about, and you, Eugene, you said that, like, we're not going to get the top managers. We don't need a top manager. I'd love someone like that Ariola to come in, Glasner.
Coaches,
mid-table managers that coach well, and do well with the tools that they've got in their
Good
team.
players. We have got some good players. We've got some
Yeah.
up and coming youngsters.
But
get a good coach in, and we'll be going up that table.
The trouble is with Ange, though, is he plays them all at a bloody position.
And then what?
Brennan Johnson is no way a right winger.
No, look,
Eugene, what do you mean?
Brennan Johnson was a forward.
Eugene, what do you mean? Sorry, man, buddy, what you
Again,
saying?
But guys, I'm not saying that these managers will not do a better job than Ange. All I'm saying is, philosophically, saying that a manager should be adapting to the players that he inherited, to me, that's not a recipe for success. Top managers should not
bring
in players.
Eugene, Levy's not going anywhere now, is he? This is what we've got. This is what the manager has to work with.
Right, but so then we're stuck in a top 4 race.
But we should be doing better
that's the way
now.
it is. Yeah. Sure, we can
we
bring
shouldn't
in
be
any
putting up with
manager.
what Ange is doing. This is what everyone's trying to say. We shouldn't be sticking with Ange, who's failing us, who's mismanaging the team.
Right.
That's what we're
saying. But I'm saying this year doesn't matter. This year,
it does matter. We're still
Every year matters.
We're still in for things this season. If we get a manager in who can coach the team better, we're still in things.
But if you got to set up, he deserves to finish this out.
And deserves.
I don't understand, Eugene. It's almost like you want to jump 2 steps. Like it's almost like you want to go, right, the next manager is going to be a top manager and we win things. You've got to build to that, right? You've got to build to that. Now, there's nothing wrong with saying you bring in a manager that is the guy before the guy. So if Ange is the guy before the guy before the guy, I'm cool with that, right? But Eugene, again, when you look at the last 20 years, I'll be shocked if we say 3 different things. Which 3 managers, 3 and top, have been the best performing managers in your eyes over the last 20, 25 years?
Martin Yole.
Yep.
Harry Redknapp.
Yep.
And you know the other one.
And
I don't even need
right.
to. Yeah.
Absolutely my point. So they're the 3 I'm going with. All 3 of them came from smaller clubs, right? Picked up a mess. All 3 of them picked up a mess, didn't they? All 3 of them worked with what they've got, coached and developed their players. All 3 of them were very prudent in the transfer market, didn't need to go and buy the top players. And all 3 of them took us on a journey. Martin Yole's job, he was the first manager that proper got us competing every year for the Europa League. He was doing really well, fifth, and we should have finished 4th. Lasagna gate, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
He's the first manager that really did a good job, settled the club down. Then we had Harry a few years later.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Harry came in and we were bottom of the league or second from bottom.
Right.
In the first game he managed, we beat Bolton 3 or 4-0, and all the fans were singing "We got a Tottenham back."
Right. But my point is to all of this, Mark, is when you look at Poch, you look at Yole, you look at Redknapp, the 3 best performing managers, arguably, over. I mean, look, we can put Ramos in there from the point of view he won a trophy, but the 3 best performing managers over a number of years, they've all got something in common, right? So this whole wish that we want to go and get let's think of a top manager, like we want a Simeone. Sure, you bring in Simeone. Simeone's going to go, well, what top players are you buying me on day one?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Simeone's going to go, where's my 70, 80 million pound centre back I need to make us? We need a coach. I don't get how we don't get. We need a coach that comes in and makes this team a unit. Make it so not we beat Liverpool, look how amazing we are, or we beat City. We shouldn't be losing in between that to Chelsea, Liverpool, Bournemouth, Forest, drawing with Fulham. You need a manager that's going to get you compact, and the other teams are going to have to work out how to break down. They don't have to work out how to break us down.
Last point on Redknapp. Can you remember when he came in and he'd been here a while, and we picked up a certain youngster called Gareth Bell from Southampton Academy, and he was left back, and he went 20, 30 games, and we never won when he played. So Harry stuck him in left midfield, and the rest is history. The rest is history. That is what great managers and coaches do. You know, Gareth Bell was an unknown. Gareth Bell was an unknown. Gareth Bell was unknown when he came to us.
Right. No,
it's Harry that made Gareth
Isn't
Bell.
the league right now different? Isn't the league different now than it was 10 years ago. Look at all the teams, right? We have the traditional teams who are up there. You have Villa, you have Newcastle. A lot of teams have money. I don't think the way things worked 10 years ago will work
To
right
be
now.
honest,
I just
So
think
let me
years-
refute that fact.
no, yeah, and me as well. And me as well.
So if things are difficult now and it's loads of teams have money, why are Nottingham Forest third? Why are Bournemouth 9 points clear of us in 7th? Why are Fulham above us? You've just answered your own point.
And
You've
back
answered
then,
your own point. If you bring in a proper coach, they will get you up that
But
table.
that's not going to be sustainable, as we all know.
No. And back
We're
then,
not those
and back
clubs.
Forest
We're a
then,
is
bigger
not
club
going
than
to,
them.
you know, they're not going to be third.
Yes, but Eugene, we're bigger than them. That's the point. Eugene, we're bigger football clubs.
No,
But it's
exactly.
and
Right.
back then, and back then, like Man United had Sir Alex Ferguson, and they won everything. You know what I mean? Like Man United were the dominant team in the league, and they literally won everything. There wasn't many years that Man United didn't win the league. You go back that far.
But no, look,
But a good coach,
what I'm saying is,
well, we'll put it this way: when Harry Redknapp came in, we were second or third from bottom. We were certainly in the relegation places.
We were bottom.
Oh, we were bottom, were we? I wasn't going to say bottom in case I was wrong.
2 points from 8 games, Mark. We had with
Yes,
Harry Redknapp.
yes, right. Harry, I can't remember, but we certainly finished in the top half. We might have even got Europa. I can't remember, but we certainly skyrocketed up the table.
We get into a final his first season against Man U, or was that the one after?
Yes. Yes, we got to the final.
Yeah.
Did we? And so that was after.
And this is just
That was 2009. Then that was
I'll show you.
2009.
So in Harry's first season, right, he got us from bottom to 8th.
Yeah, there we go.
Right, and we finished runner-up in the League Cup final.
That was 2009.
That was 2008, 2009. The very next season, he finished 4th and got to a semi-final and a quarter-final in the Cups.
Yeah,
that's a
there
manager.
we go. There we go. That's a coach. That's a coach more than a coach and a manager.
Yeah. But look, if you look, my point was, if you look at forget Forest, look at the clubs who are here for a while, who are built for success. You know, City, Liverpool, Man U is going to be back, Chelsea, Villa, Newcastle, us, right? Let's just say the 7 top clubs, or at least teams that should be in the top 7 every single year based on their size, right? 7 clubs. And look at the players that we have versus the players that they have. For us, top 6 is the ceiling. Again, that's my whole point. I'm not arguing about Ange in, Ange out. If you look at those clubs, if you look at the money they spent, they spend money, we spend money. But look at the recruitment. Look at the players that Villa brought in, Newcastle brought in, the Chelsea.
No.
I don't care who bring in.
Eugene, if in the summer I had said, and I did say, by the way, I did, and you were one of the people arguing against this, right? This is the hilarious thing about this. In the summer, if I had said to anyone, right, who's back 4 you having? Spurs or Newcastle's? Everyone, Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
Who's back 4 you having? Tottenham or Villa? Tottenham, right? Then when I remember saying, I like Villa's midfield, people are going, what? None of them getting above Bentancur, Basuma and Sarr, right? The forwards, well, Ollie Watkins, yes, none of the others. Now it's all switched to, but look at the squad they've got compared to us. Hang on. People weren't saying this in the summer, but Newcastle got some tidy footballers, right? Newcastle got some real big guns. And by big guns, I mean, they've got Alexander Isak, Gordon, and I would go as far as Tonali and Gomares, right? After that, what they've got is real, honest, hard-working footballers, right? That our fans would never have said they wanted.
Yeah.
I remember saying,
I would take their defenders over ours any day.
Over ours. I said, I really like Lewis Hall. What, better than Udogie? This is what everyone said, Eugene. And now...
you must remember
I don't know
what Eugene was saying about 6th, 7th, wherever we were meant to be. A top manager or a good manager and a good coach will overachieve, i.e. like Harry probably did, Yol did, Poch certainly did.
Yep.
You know, they all overachieved.
Like Nuno is, Mark.
Yeah, like
Nuno is now.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Mariola is now.
Yeah,
These managers
good.
are overachieving. This is
Yeah.
this is the point, Eugene. We need a coach. You keep using the word manager. We need a coach. We need someone that comes in and says, how do I get the best out of Porro and Udogie? Not how can I put them at fullback when they're not fullbacks and invert them into midfield? How can I get them in their best position?
Yeah, and so Eugene saying
Romero.
And so Eugene saying that we should be 7th, that's nonsense, because a good coach stroke manager will overachieve, like the 3 I mentioned did.
But
and so there's no reason.
Let's say Pep Ancelotti come in tomorrow. Do they say, okay, we have Udogie and Porro, they don't fit my system, I'm going to adapt? I don't think they would. Top managers just say, this is my system.
They do.
If you hired me,
didn't he? When
you
he
trust me, I'm
top managers
my
do
players
adapt
to play my way.
So you think that in Ancelotti and Pep's career of being the greatest managers out there, they've never adapted? Is that what we're truly saying here?
No, I'm saying that Pep, he brings in players over 2-3 years in City or Barcelona that fit his system, that fit what he wants to play. He doesn't go, oh, Conte, there was a previous manager who played the back 3 with wing backs. My system is different. I'm going to keep those players. No, they bring in players that fit their system. So I understand your point. Good coaches adapt. My point is that adapting to players from the previous regime can only take you so far. If a club hires a manager,
how do you know when he's not adapted? How do you know it can only take you so far when he's not adapted to it? Harry Redknapp started changing everybody. He moved Luka Modric from left wing to central midfield when everyone said he was too light. He moved Gareth Bale from left back to left wing. Yeah, he put Vedran Chorluka to right back. He put Asu Akoto out to left. When you're saying managers don't adapt, I feel like what we're doing here is we're looking at all the defaults that Ange doesn't do, and you saying that no other manager does that. Eugene, at the end of the day, I don't understand how Spurs fans can't see that we need a coach. Forget top world managers. We need a coach. We need someone that comes in and makes us a bloody team again. Coach us. Right. Coach us better.
But I think we're talking past each other. I agree with you, right? Given where we are, yes, a coach that coaches players that will make us overachieve. We get lucky and finish 4th, and everybody's going to be happy. All the fans are going to, parade top 4 trophy. Sure.
No.
That's what we can do. My point is that and again, my opinion could be wrong. I don't care if I'm right or wrong. The top teams that, if you look at Liverpool, City, or even in Europe, the top teams that win, not just 1 year, but consistently. A manager comes in, the manager is given time to build the team that he wants. So maybe that's a project. I don't know. But we never do that. I want a team
not always true.
to aim high.
That's not always true, is it?
No, I want us to aim high and fail. If it's okay, Ange is not the guy, but we tried for 2 years, 3 years. We gave him whatever he wants and we failed. I'd be like, you know what? The club has ambition. They hired the wrong guy. It's okay. We go again. Versus the club fires managers every 18 months to cover up their flaws, that they don't back anybody. And now the fans, now we got a new manager. Why doesn't he adapt to players from the previous regime? I'm just tired of that cycle. I don't disagree. A coach can coach the players better, sure. Yes, we can overachieve. I just don't like
but
where
Eugene,
that leads
you
us.
See,
I don't want to be a top 4 team.
Listen, but Eugene, again, we all want to be a top 4 team. We all want to win trophies yearly. But the problem is, Eugene, you seem to want to bypass the steps to get to that, right? To get to that stage, you've got to have a coach. You've got to have somebody that can coach players first and foremost. And I feel like we're conflating 2 arguments here. So I agree with you. I'm sure the lads above all agree. We're so bored of changing managers. However, just because if somebody's bad at their job, the excuse can't be, but we've been changing managers. And this is the example I used. If Nige was my boss, right? Let's say let's say Nige runs a car dealership and I'm a salesman for Nige, right? And Nige says, right, your target, right? Your target is 5. You got to sell 5 cars a month. Okay. And he'll go, just so you know, the guy or girl that I sacked before you, right, was only selling 3 a month. I've sacked them because they weren't doing well. Right. If I then go into Nige and go, right, after year 1, Nige goes, oh, you've sold 2 cars a month, every month this year. I wouldn't expect him to turn around and go, you know what, I'm going to keep you though, because I sacked that person. I don't want to sack it. No, you're going to bring in better. You will strive to find better, Eujin. We can't say, don't worry if you're failing. Don't worry if you're failing. We've sacked someone recently. We don't want to sack again. I don't understand this logic. It's kind of taking away from the manager's poor performance because the owners have got it wrong in the past. I don't understand how it marries up.
I agree with you, but the key word there is better. Where I'm not sure, I don't think, or again, I don't know, just my opinion. I don't believe that managers that right now we're talking about would make us better necessarily. You feel they will? I say I'm not sure. They're not going to get me excited. Personally. So that's all. Like, that's the key.
Why would Iriola not make us better? Why? Forget whether you're excited or not. See, this is the problem. You're looking at it from you want a wow name. You want a sexy name to come in and that's going to excite you, right? We just said the best 3 managers we've had over the last 25 years didn't come in with big, sexy names. They came in. Poch was a relative unknown from the point of view that Southampton hired him. Martin Jol was relatively unknown from Holland, right? And Harry Redknapp had always been known as a bit of a journeyman around England, but known as a really good man-to-man manager. This is the difference, Eujin. You're talking about excitement versus what the football team needs. So I'll ask you this. Why would Iriola, who's doing 10 times better than we are, with a far worse squad, loses his best players, why would he not do better with a better team like Tottenham? You can't just say, I don't think so. I'm asking why wouldn't he?
No, I have no idea. Again, I'm not gonna pretend that I study his tactics and know exactly what he's doing. He might not. I don't know. All I'm saying is I don't think right now is the right time to make the change.
I know that's not why
if the club does due diligence and he's the best guy. No, but I'll be honest. I have no idea if he's gonna do better or not. I have no clue.
Right. But
all I'm gonna say.
Sorry, 1 second, Mark, and then I promise I'll shut up for a minute. But the problem is, Eujin, this is the thing. Whenever I speak to somebody about Ange and they go, you can't sack him because when I ask for some details, it's, well, I don't know. But then you've got a really good coach. He done a bloody brilliant job at his previous club, by the way, did Iriola. He's doing a bloody good job at Bournemouth. But if he comes to Tottenham, suddenly wouldn't be able to do a good job. Why? You can't answer me why. I don't get why he couldn't when he's clearly a very good coach.
Yeah, right. No,
I mean,
all I'm going to say on this is I would prefer. I'd get Nuno back tomorrow. Look what he's done to Forest. He coaches them well, right? No, he does. He does. Whether I'm probably going to get laughed at in the chat, I don't care. But Nuno, when we played Forest, right? They got the goal, and he changed from a back 4 to a back 5, and he said, "Come on, Tottenham, break us down," and we could still be there now, and it'd still be 1-0 to Forest. You know, so that is adapting from the manager.
Manage a top team ever. Will Nuno ever manage a top team? No, some managers, they're meant to manage.
Yeah, but we're not a top team.
Nuno might be doing a great job at Spurs. What?
By the way, sorry, just quickly, Triple J in your chat. Dude, calm down, mate. We're just having a football chat and you're trying to insult all of my viewers who watch me, saying I've got no IQ. Dude, relax. It's just a Friday night football chat. No one's being rude on the panel to each other. Just relax, mate. Just relax. You don't have to just chill.
There's only one. I'm being insulted by everybody else. It doesn't matter. Just ignore him.
You've got no idea about being insulted.
What I'm saying is,
people in the chat, please lay off anybody. Just keep it football. Keep it football opinions. None of that. Everybody's got their own opinions.
No, but Mark, to your point exactly, right? It's Nuno is doing a great job at Forest. That's his level. He will never manage a top side again. Some coaches, managers, they might be good coaches, but good coaches are not necessarily good managers. Some in all sports, they might not be able to make that jump to manage a top team with more expectations to players with egos and high wages. It's a different animal. So they could be good coaches in isolation. Whether they can make that jump to us, I have no idea.
But I'll ask you this, so Eugene, is it a massive?
I'm not going to pretend.
Not Nuno, but is it not necessarily saying just Nuno? But when we're talking about big players with big egos and big wages, we don't have big players with big egos and wages because we've gone down the route of buying loads of young
egos,
players.
Yes, wages, no.
But no, I don't. Who's got an ego at Tottenham? Who? Which footballer's got an ego at Tottenham?
James Maddison does. That's why I want him out.
In what way has James Maddison got an ego? Like, why has he got an ego? I mean, we're not a star-studded packed dressing room. This isn't, a new manager coming into coach.
That's a different convo.
Well, but Eugene, a new manager coming into coach us isn't coming into a dressing room full of winners that have been there, seen it, and done it, and going, "Who's this manager?" He's coming into a squad that's been built to be coached. This is the thing. I think, again, you're conflating two arguments. You keep talking about what we can do in the long term if we had great owners and loads of money, as opposed to what we need now. And what we need now is surely we need a manager that can coach and adapt and change. We surely can't be good every 5 games and then we beat Liverpool. Anyone on one of my best mates messaged me the other day and he said, "I've never seen anything like it." He's like, "You guys are in terrible form. You win one game, you're trying to belittle every other football club, and every other football club's looking at you going, 'Calm down, lads. You won a game.'" Like, Eugene, we're not a massive club, but we're big enough. So why couldn't a top coach come in and coach? Why?
He could. I'm not saying he can't. All I'm saying is I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like many do that, "Oh, I've seen this coach and this coach. I know the tactics." I don't. All I know is, again, all I said is I'm not Engine where like, "Oh my God, he's a great coach." He's not it for us long term. He's not the solution. I agree. If he gets sacked, I don't care. But all I'm saying is, personally, sacking right now would be a mistake. We should do a due diligence in the summer and find the best manager coach available. Whether it's Ariol or somebody else, we'll see. But for me, the timing is not right. I want to give, like I wanted to give Conte 2 years. I want to give Ange 2 years, see what he can do in the cup. If he wins
surely
the
not
cup,
if they're doing badly though. Eugene,
long term, it doesn't matter to me.
But Eugene,
That's
surely
it.
when
That's
we're
all I'm
talking
saying.
about 2 years as a number, that's lovely in theory. But like I think Dan or Nige or someone asked you earlier, what if Spurs go down to 15th, 16th? Do we then just go, "Well, don't worry, we want to see out the 2 years"? Do we, you do realize Spurs have got a plethora of coaching staff, scouts, analysts that should be doing their due diligence in the background on players, managers at all times. This isn't as though the club don't have people in those positions. This wouldn't be a new thing. Top clubs, right? Top clubs will be sitting there always with a backup plan, always with something going on, always with what's out there, what's good. So why is it, what difference does 2 years make? Why 2 years?
Well, I mean, first of all, I don't think we'll get relegated, obviously. The bottom 3 are pretty clear. So
I agree.
That's not an issue for me. Obviously, if we were, that's a different conversation.
Sure.
But, sorry, your second part, I forgot. What was your second question?
The second part of my question was,
Sorry, Saba.
why the magical 2 years? Surely, even if West Ham can spot that their manager wasn't doing well after 6 months, they've gone, "This isn't working, cut ties, get someone in who can work immediately." But what we want to do is prolong this. And I never mentioned the relegation word, Eugene, but my point is a club like Tottenham can't be sitting there in 15th.
Well, then was, yeah. No, I want to see, I think Ange deserve, like, I want to see how we do in the cups. he got us into the semifinal. We're still alive in 2 cups. This season, the league is a write-off. Whether we finish, we're not going to finish in Europe. It doesn't matter who comes in. I want to see who comes in January, and I want to see how we do in the cups. And I feel like Ange deserves a chance to show us if he can win a cup.
Deserves
in the summer, it's all fair game. For right now, I just don't feel like a manager. Look, a new manager that comes in, new tactics. I don't think we'll have a better chance currently with the new manager, with players adapting to the new system and new tactics, than we have right now with Ange to win a cup. That's my opinion.
Sure, but surely, like the words you're using here, though, like are so final. They're definite words. Like, for example, when we're saying just keep to the end of the season, this season's written off. I would rather bring in a manager that can start implementing his new tactics. By the way, I don't think every time a manager comes in, guys, we have to talk about these bloody projects and processes and rebuilds. Good managers will go in and just get the team performing. As we said, look at Redknapp. Look at you. These managers went in, sorted it out. Yeah, minimal fuss. No talk of projects. No talks of process. Top managers will go in, put a system in place immediately that will make us hard to beat, right? And it might not have immediate results in terms of winning every week, but then you go into the summer with a bit of feel-good factor of, yeah, we know what we're working towards. I just don't understand this word deserve, Eugene. You say he deserves. He's got the worst points per game ratio of any manager for 27 years this year. Surely, if anything, he deserves the complete opposite of more time.
To be honest,
I mean, his league form.
To be honest, our glorious leader has sacked many managers for a lot less. Many managers.
Many.
Yeah, well, but that's Levy. But deserve. I mean, we're in the semis. We're live in both cups. Obviously, his league form by itself in isolation deserves him to be sacked. No questions asked.
But you do realize one cup hasn't started yet.
I just want to see it. What's that?
Eugene, you do realize one of the cups, when people say he's in every cup, let's have this right, okay? The FA Cup hasn't even bloody started, right? Of course he's
Sunday.
And the Europa League,
the trouble is
Europa League, where he's not really doing a good job in the Europa League either, right? It's really nearly impossible to have already been knocked out of it. So when we're saying he's in all competitions, I don't get this. I just don't get it.
And let's just get this right with the Europa League. We are favourites to win that, or we were when it started. We were favourites with the bookies to win it.
One of. I wouldn't say we're the favourites.
No, we were the favourites, Eugene.
We were the favourites.
We were the favourites, Eugene.
We were the favourites.
No ifs and buts. We were the I'm not sure about now, but like we were the favourites before a ball was kicked. We were 1,000,000%, Sava.
Interesting.
We might not be now.
We can definitely beat anybody there.
I haven't looked, but we were.
I'm looking now.
Yeah.
Oddschecker.com.
I don't disagree.
Man United are the favourites to win it.
We were.
Tottenham.
That's man.
Tottenham are second, followed by Bilbao, Lazio, Sociedad, Roma, Frankfurt.
All I'm saying is, though, before a ball was kicked, we were the favourites. I saw the odds on Sky.
Yeah, we were. And you look, he's not beaten a single team in Europe that's of any note. He's played 2 decent teams in Europe and lost both. Sorry, not won both. Sorry, we drew with Roma. We drew with a really poor Roma team that had just sacked their manager because he was poor. And we lost. I mean, Galatasaray should have scored about 12.
Yeah. Definitely.
Basically, what we're saying is Ange is in a job because we're still in the cups. That's basically what we're saying, isn't it?
But to be honest, even being in a cup, right? I made the mistake, and I said this a few times. I'd take 17th in the FA Cup. But that's wrong. Because
that's what everybody said, Mark.
Because I know I said it. I said it, right? But that just covers up the terrible league form.
I agree. It comes up. I agree with your second part, Mark. I don't agree with the 17th from winning a cup. I think for me,
I said that mistakenly.
No, I know. For me though, I just can't see that there should be 16 teams finishing above us.
No.
But I think the crazy thing is, if you look, right, if you look at the last 15 months and all 17 teams that have been in the Premier League both seasons, only 2 teams have worse form than us in 15 months. I've never known someone who's doing so badly get so much backing. It is absolutely baffling to me.
The honest astonishment with me is when we were 5-1 down a couple of weeks ago, or last week, whenever it was, to Liverpool, and they were singing his name. I find that blew my mind. How can you sing the man's name when you're 5-1 down at home?
Look, I need to go. Sorry for coming on. I've come in a bit hot. I love having a debate with Eugene. We always have good fun. All I'm going to say is this, right? For me, he's got to win the League Cup to save what otherwise has been a dreadful season. He's got to, because everyone hanging on to hope that he's winning that cup. If he doesn't, then we're just a team that's had a terrible league campaign. So for me, he's got to win one of the trophies if we're going to keep him to the end of the season. Yeah. Because I can't see him getting European qualification unless he has a blinder. And by the way, in our last 18 games, we've got to play Chelsea away. We've got to play Liverpool away. We've got to play, is it Villa away? We've got to play Arsenal away. We've got to play Man City. Like, we've got some tough games, and I just can't see how we make up those points on the teams in 7th upwards. But listen, that's me, guys. In the chat, please, everybody, listen. Seen lots of people having a go at the likes of me and Eugene and Jacob and this person and Scott M. And can we just say, whether you like Ange or you don't like Ange, it doesn't make you a horrible human being. Getting a little bit bored from my point of view of being told that I'm miserable because I don't rate a manager who's doing a really bad job. Like, the people that know me well, DANalyst, Nige, Pure Coys, Mark's known for years. I'm not a miserable person. I'm actually quite fun-loving. Anyway, by the way, sports lover in the chat, I'm going to leave these guys to finish you off. But when you say you can see growth in the squad, you can see it, but all the facts completely don't see it. They're going that way. Guys, Nige, Dan, Mark, Eugene, I'm going to put you in there now. I love you, Eugene. I love our little ding-dong debates. Much love. Take care. Jacob in the chat. We disagree on everything, but I love him anyway. Take care, guys. See you later.
Good night.
Hey, it's only football. It's fun.
Right.
But guys, no, I agree. He has to win a cup. Based on what he was saying, if he wins a cup, he's okay. Otherwise, sack. I agree.
Eugene, fair play to coming on, man. And, arguing your points, man. Fair play to you, man. It's not easy.
It's me against the world. I'm on my own.
Big respect to you, everybody, man. And the chat, God knows what's going on in there.
Yeah, well,
I should have been keeping an eye on it a bit more.
It's Friday night.
I'm exhausted now. I'm tired. We've been going for 4 hours, and
oh wow!
Look, man, it's crazy. But yeah, thank you for everybody who's watched and got involved with your comments, the football related ones, that is. And please subscribe to us all. That'd be much appreciated. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. And yeah, I think that's it. Nice. Did you want to say anything, Mark, Eugene, before we shut down?
Thanks for jumping on. Thanks, Mark. Yeah. Thanks, Eugene.
No worries.
Always good debate. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And
always fun.
Thanks to the chat as
well. For coming on as well. And Stel earlier.
Eugene.
Eugene.
Danny.
Danny. Dietrich.
God, yeah.
Dietrich.
Big up to all of you for coming on and making it. Yeah, it's been a long night. A lot of talk about Spurs. Look, we all want, at the end of the day, we all want to be successful as a club. We all have our opinions on it. We're not all going to agree, of course. If you're Ange in, Ange out, you're in the middle, you don't care. Look, guys, all we want is success deep down. Football reasons, we just want a win, and we all would do different things and we all say different things, but this is what makes it interesting, isn't it, when we debate stuff? So it keeps it interesting. So guys, big up to everybody who watched, and big up to everybody tonight. Have a good weekend, and we'll be back for Beyond the Lane on Tuesday, 7:30. Nige, is that right?
Yeah, 7:30.
We'll be reviewing that FA Cup match and looking ahead to the big game against Arsenal on Wednesday. So yeah, lots to talk about.
Am I okay to say that my partner's on? Well, not my partner in that way. Let's get that.
He is.
Let's get that in
I haven't even told Nige yet, man.
It's okay, Mark. We don't judge. You do you.
No. It's not like that. But my partner in crime.
I invited what's it called? Mark today. He was
Mark
messaging
Cook.
me. Mark Cook, and I said, well, come on, man. Come on and join us. Mark Cook, a massive supporter of myself and Nige. And I'm, I wish him good luck with you, Mark, as well, on your new channel tomorrow.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be nice to meet Mark. Actually, meet him because he's in the chat.
He's a cool dude.
So yeah, so that'd be nice. Eugene, what are you doing Tuesday? You fancy it? Or we got you booked in the week on after, aren't we?
Yeah, probably the week after. Because I'm doing this. I'm supposed to be working, so next Tuesday I might actually have to be in the office. So I'll skip a week, but the Tuesday after. If I can, I'd love to jump on.
Cool. We'll get you in.
Cool.
Booked you in now, man. So yeah. Good night, everyone. And
Jacob as well. I'm going to get Jacob on.
Jacob, get Jacob on. Definitely. Anybody can come on, man. Anybody can come on the channel and chat Spurs. Keep it football. We just keep it football. We don't want no dramas. We don't do that. We just talk football. We're not into all of that drama, YouTube drama. Not for us. Keep it football. Keep it respectful. And as always, come on, you Spurs. Good night.
Come on, you Spurs.